Alrighty then. What's going on, guys? How is everybody tonight? Give it the old fire up and F around and find out. See how we're doing tonight. Maybe increase a little volume on this mic so I can get in there good. And I should be all set on my end. This light is blinding though. I've got to angle it a little different. Eventually, I'm going to have to get a backdrop for this light, like my wife has suggested. I think a couple other people have suggested. Get a backlight. Get a backlight. Oh, knocking stuff over. Last time I sat there and broadcasted for like 5-10 minutes with the whole GAM catches up logo kind of chilling out there. Let's fix that and see what we got for tonight. I figure Sundays are pretty terrible days to stream. But we have two different variants. This is a Mexican Chupacabra. See if I can do that. Get better lighting and focus on them. Yeah, the Mexican Chupacabra. Goat sucker. And then the Puerto Rican version. He can definitely tell the difference. See if I can't get into a little of the history on them and stuff like that. Just read directly from like a cryptid wikia or something. Also, I figure you guys might like to see this one. I printed out a Gandalf for another little project. He's got to be painted, glued, and all that. Well, I'm gonna have to prime him. I'm coming up on so much stuff that I think I'm just gonna start priming things like almost immediately. And his hands have to get glued in once they're done. But yeah, I think that one came out pretty cool. The old "You shall not pass" Gandalf. Bilbo Baggins, do you take me as a purveyor of bullshit? Yeah, so we've got a Gandalf that we're going to have to do along with the Jason, along with the Joker, along with the Shaman, along Shayam, or whatever the hell that one Pokemon's called. I've got a Luffy looking at me. I've got a ton of shit. I just keep printing them. Just keep printing them. Keep printing them. Keep painting them. But the big ones are going to, for tonight, we're going to go with both Chupacabras. I think they should go pretty quick because most of it is gray, even though the picture I found for this little guy is kind of like a leopard print. I don't think I'm going to go with that color scheme. I don't know. I'm going to have to read into the actual cryptid wikia and see what color scheme they want on him. But I would imagine him being pretty much like a pale gray white. The mouth has got to be red. Give him the little fangs. Give him some glowy eyes. Unfortunately, we're running into that problem again that I just had with the damn fairy. I printed these very, very small because I couldn't hollow them. Like I would have put like a little hole in the bottom of his taint there and then hollowed him out and gotten him like 3 times the scale, but I didn't want him breaking free or deforming with the original way I was doing things. So I've got to fix it. Should be interesting though, to say the least. Um, Also, shout out to my buddy David Mon. It was his birthday yesterday. Little son of a bitch, I think, is 21, so he'd be legal to drink in America at this point. We're going to go with the old Frogzilla special. Good old monster. Let's get that sucker open and get some fuel in us. See if I can't get my damn head on straight. before we get into this crap. See if anybody tunes in, so to speak. Gives me a little bit of time in the backdrop to sit here and look up some facts and everything else on our old boy, the old goat sucking Chupacabra. This is the work of Kukui. Dear Lord. I didn't realize I've got like 20 different tabs open for different crap on my one tablet that I usually read from. All right, Chupies. Chupalupas. Let's see what we got. I got one here. It says, what does a chupacabra look like in real life? Wild and domestic canines with severe cases of mange have been proposed as explanations for the chupacabra, which makes sense. I mean, I know they said they saw a chupacabra once and they found like a dead coyote that had severe mange on the side of a road right around where he was seen. I know that much just offhand. Common description of it is that of a reptile-like creature said to have leathery or scaly greenish-gray skin and sharp spines or quills running down its back, which is both of them. So that's very cool. Let's see. I guess we'll use old Wikipedia here for chups. Chupacabra, or chupacabras, literally goat sucker, from Spanish chupa, sucks, and cabras, goats, is a legendary creature or cryptid in the folklore of parts of the Americas. Name comes from the animal's reported vampirism. The chupacabra is said to attack and drink the blood of livestock, including goats. Physical descriptions of the creature vary. In Puerto Rico, so yeah, this guy right here, and in Hispanic America, it is generally described as a heavy creature, reptilian and alien like, roughly the size of a small bear, and with a row of spines reaching from the neck to the base of the tail. So yeah, we got him. We got the spines all the way down to his little tiny tail here. While in the southwestern United States, it is depicted as more dog-like. I would say that's more dog-like. Yeah, yeah, all right. So we're looking good there. Initial sightings and accompanying descriptions first occurred in Puerto Rico in 1995. The creature has since been reported as far north as Maine, as far south as Chile, and even outside the Americas in countries like Russia and Philippines. All of the reports are anecdotal and have been disregarded as uncorroborated or lacking evidence. Sightings in northern Mexico and the southern United States have been verified as canids afflicted by mange. So, in other words, dogs, coyotes, that sort of thing. So, that would explain the dog like appearance on it. Doesn't mean that it's not, couldn't be the same thing or what have you, but completely different from the Puerto Rican variant. First, what's up, Devin? I have some. Let me see if I can find something here. I might have something for you. Let me look real quick. Give me a second. Got to do a little searching here in the old boneyard. Hola, beans. There we go. I found something there for you, Devin. Hope you enjoy it. I found a little, I like to call that Devin bait. You just lay out some popcorn, and it's kind of like if you lay out Reese's Pieces for ET, she'll follow it right into your trap. Also, Devin, tell me something. Does Bina look good in blue or what? I needed somebody who keep my ass from getting demonetized and thrown offline, and I figured why not just recruit the best mod on the net. And, if I ever make money, she gets a cut. But yeah, I figure, I can't lose if I've got the best mod on these internets covering my ass. Keeps us out of gray zones, stuff like that. If I start going too far off the rails, I'm sure she'll correct me. I'm sure you'll correct me too. But Bina has no problem being vocal when she thinks something's fucked. So that helps. I didn't make you. I went on a nice little rant, and then you were paying attention and you were just like, yeah, fuck it, do it. Make me a mod. I dare you. Go ahead, you stupid son of a bitch. And I did. Yeah, exactly. And the whole thing is, I don't want her working it like it's an actual job. I want her to hang out in the chat, have fun, and, you know, just if a bot comes in, now she has the ability to kill them off real fast. Like just delete and wipe them because I'm too slow on the uptake. Plus, laziness is my superpower. So definitely a good way to keep my ass out of trouble. I would have made Sheree one too, but her pulling double duty after dealing with everything on ABL is not right because that poor woman. Like I swear to God, it might as well just be her by a mod as a mod by herself monitoring like 1,500 people at a time. Like it's terrible. She's in there, that poor thing. They beat the hell out of her. But yeah, I've been, like I just started up, and a matter of fact, well, I know Beans will get a kick out of this. I don't know about you, but oh, I still got to glue the hands on after I paint them and everything else. But I actually did a Gandalf for my son. So he's got to get primed and painted along with the Jason, along with the damn Joker, along with Luffy, along with like 5,000 other things. Then I still have more cryptids and stuff printed out too for my wife that I've got to do. But he came out pretty damn badass. I don't know who sculpted him. They did an amazing job with him though. Like that one actually, I was very happy when it came out. As a matter of fact, the sword I had to like this stuff, the sword and the staff, I had to reprint twice because I did them together. So I did them like kind of like this when I printed them out, and when I was snapping the print free from the plate, the staff is thick and like pretty solid, pretty sturdy. This sword is flimsy as hell. I snapped here off, I snapped there off, and I snapped there off. So I had to run the print twice. So I actually ended up with two stabs and one sword that was actually in a one piece. Yeah, man, I'll tell you what. You want to talk about something? I am holding back on doing the goddamn Lord of the Rings prints because I have the Witch King's head or bust or what have you. I have to print. Um, I have to print. I mean, print. I have to paint him. I've got an Ent that I have to paint. I've got a couple of them for Lord of the Rings, and I'm holding out on them because that's going to be like, oh God, it's going to be total punishment. Like I did that to myself. Like they're difficult as hell to paint and get the color scheme and the shadows in the background, the contrast right in the clothes. And because when I did a Balrog for my son last year, and like that fucking thing took me like it would probably be like two or three streams for me to get the whole damn thing done. And that's when I was first starting, so I'd like to think I'm a little bit more advanced than I was back then, but who knows? We have to wait till it's go time on it and see how I do. Because if it's coming out like crap, I have a tendency to re-black it and redo it. Yeah. Whatever happened to the Entwives? Is that in the Cimmerillion? I've only read part of the Cimmerillion. Like I know the story behind it and everything else, but I always end up cutting my own hand or like just stopping reading when I start getting into the lineages of so and so's son was so and so's son that was so and so's son that was passed down and all this other stuff. Parts about Morgoth and what the Cimmerils actually are is pretty cool, but you lose me when you start talking like a whole line of people, which was brilliant. I mean, that's fantastic that you can extend your lore that far out. But my God, like a lot of detail in that one. Yeah, I have no idea what happened to the Entwives. And then you have the bastardization of Tolkien's work, which is the Rings of Power, that Amazon series. Don't if you're a fan of the books of the Peter Jackson films, the old animated cartoons from back in the day, do not do not bother with the Rings of Power. That show was total garbage. Like I mean just terrible awful garbage. They got characters all screwed up. They do goofy stuff with their characters like it's just bad poorly written. The acting isn't really top notch. And for as much money as they're throwing at it, the show is just not good. Right. Yeah, the Cimmerillion is like the Bible. Like you could use a roadmap. You're not wrong. I mean, like I said, when you're writing something like that and you're writing a history book basically, like the depth in which it goes is just unbelievably amazing. It's also tedious and boring in chunks of it. Like some of the stories and lore, the whole tale of Morgoth and the Maya and all that kind of stuff that they come in with is pretty good. I think that's what they're called, right? Mayas. It's not Mayans. It's like Maya, Maia. I want to say, but it's what Gandalf is. What oh God, Morgoth is. Well, Morgoth's more of a well, yeah. I guess he would be a Maya. He's like a godlike being. I did announce the stream in the in the Discord chat. I did. Now, anytime I need like the full like undivided nerd when it comes to Lord of the Rings, I ask my son. Um, no joke. So the whole thing is, my daughter is brilliant when it comes to math. She's a mathematical prodigy. Like I'm not lying. I'm not joking. Um, she used it to well, and she still uses it to teach children in disadvantaged countries. So like Panama, she's been as far as like Australia. She's been to every continent I want to say except for Antarctica at this point teaching children. She uses a Rubik's cube. She's actually a very famous speed cuber. Like one of the like as far as females go, she is one of the most famous speed cubers and stuff like that. Mathematical, logical, brilliant brain. Like it's scary when you have kids that are smarter than you. And then my son, he's always been, I want to say the word is a bibliophile, where he can he'll read books and like he's been able to do it since he was a very, very little guy, like 4 or 5 years old. But his his second grade book report, I want to say it was second grade, he did on the Lord of the Rings. And part of the thing was that you couldn't write it about something that had happened in a movie. So the teacher tried to fail him on it, and then he got in an argument with her. And his favorite character um, is Tom Bombadil. And he's like, show me in the movies where Tom Bombadil is. Explain to me where they had in Lord of the Ring. I didn't, watch a movie to get this. This is stuff directly from the books. So whenever I need like hardcore nerd stuff as far as Lord of the Rings goes, or like, hey, tell me about this lore, then I just ask the boy, and the boy tells me like, oh yeah, it's this, blah 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 blah, and we'll go through a whole diatribe on it. Yes, and he does know the Cimmerillion because that's who actually explained to me a lot of the tales out of the Cimmerillion was my son because it's like, okay, well, if you want to skip lineage, read here, here, and here, and would mark the pages for me. And say, just read through this. You know what I mean? This explains where Mithril came from. This explains the tree and the Cimmerils and everything else. And this is Morgoth and where Sauron came from. This part here and yes. And you know what? You're not wrong, Devin. They do take after their mother. They do. Both children take after their mother. I don't go into what my wife does for a living or a lot of her background, stuff like that. I will tell you this much. She makes me, it's weird. I went from a life of partying and working and being management and all this kind of stuff and feeling like I was one of the smartest people in the room. And then I got married and I became the dumbest person in the house. The only thing that's dumber than me is probably the dog. And even our old dog might have been a little bit smarter than I am. So it's unfortunate, but it's fucking true. You would think that, Beans, right? You would think like I sound smart or whatever. I just have a lot of life experience, right? And I do study things and I do pay attention and all that. But when I tell you, like, if I want to feel like I have an extra chromosome, I just got to get in a mathematics discussion with my daughter over physics and everything else. Like, I feel like a complete retard. And then my son, he's funny because he's very quiet, very logical. So here you go. I'll give you a story. Let me move these guys back in the frame. I'll get the painting in a minute. I'm smoking a cigarette and just BSing right now, so it'll be a fun story. So I used to have this old Sebring, and I was working the graveyard shift down here in South Kakalaki. And the roads I would take, the speed limit's like 65 miles an hour. So it's probably about 10:45 at night, not a person on the road, and I got lucky because there wasn't a person on the road. And I'm driving the Sebring, and like this thing was beat to shit. Like just beat the balls off of it. It was a drop top. The back window had gotten broken out of it at one point. Um, the car was making a clicking sound when you drive, like and take a turn. And of course, I was just like, I'm driving this till the wheels fall off. Then we'll look at new cars or what have you. But at that point in time, we had just bought our house. It took us 3 years to save up between my wife and I working our asses off, and we bought the house. So it's probably about 2 3 months after I get the house. I'm driving to work. It's late night, and it's a 3 lane road, and I'm in the far right lane, and I'm cruising. I'm doing like 70 miles an hour. 5 miles over the speed limit, not enough to get a ticket. Driving smart. Out of nowhere, the road starts to curve and I start turning the wheel and I'm still going straight. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm like, holy shit, it feels like I'm on ice because down here in the south, you rarely get snow. If you do, it lasts maybe an hour or two, unless you're in a mountainous area. Otherwise, you don't get it. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, felt like I hit a patch of ice. All of a sudden, I had no control over the car really at all, and the car's skidding. So I start to go for the brake, and then remembered, I've hit ice up north, and when I was in New Jersey, we'd have blizzards all the time. and you learn how to drive in the snow. Driving on snow is one thing, driving on ice is a full other matter because you really have no control when you hit the ice. You can drive across snow, no problem. Hitting ice, it just throws you where it wants you to go. So I I start to go for the brake. I don't. I just take my foot off the accelerator. I'm like, all right, I just need to slow down. Car's skidding. I throw into the skid, throw back out of the skid, throw back into the skid, throw back out of the skid, and like I'm just fishtailing and like shit. If I cut this way too hard, then I know the car's gonna roll. I'm pretty much toast. So I'm like heart's beating out of my goddamn chest, and I see a guardrail up ahead. I swerve over, and as light as I could, I used the quarter panel of the car to slow down the car and tap the brake at the same time, and ended up getting pulled off on the side of the road. Got out of the car and look, and here the ball joint had completely snapped from where it is on the steering rack underneath the car. I had zero control. What's up, Bubs? What's going on, mister? How are you? So, I'm scared shitless. Like, I get out of the car, my heart is pumping because I just realized this ball joint breaking, I had no control over like very little control, barely got over there. And I went from like 70 miles an hour and had gone a couple miles before I was actually able to stop the car and get off on the side of the road. So I'm in a dead nuts panic. I tried calling my wife. She had no answer. She was over at her friend's house and like didn't have her phone on her or whatever at that point. I try so I call my son to let him know what's going on. Call him up. Boy, this is what happened. Holy shit. And the fucking ball bearing and blah 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 blah. And I'm going off. Oh my god, I almost fucking died. You don't understand. Fucking almost died. Blah 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 blah. And he goes, calm as shit, exactly like this. Are you injured? I said, what? Well, no. Do you require an ambulance? Well, no, no, but boy, I almost died. Would you like me to call you a tow truck? Boy, I almost bit the farm. You don't understand. This is what just goddamn happened. Blah, 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 blah. If you are uninjured and do not require a tow truck, you need to calm down. Panicking will not help you. And like, I started to calm down because I couldn't argue with his logic. But he's been like that in any situation that's been like a panic situation. He just goes very calm, very stoic, very quiet, assesses it, and deals with it. And I'm just like, son of a bitch. I'm like, I need to talk to your mother. I called my wife, got her on the phone finally, and then I went off on, oh my God, I almost died. And she said, I think you're overreacting. I'm like, motherfucker. So I had my buddy Steve, he picked me up. I was working with him or whatever. He came out, picked me up on the side of the road, takes me to work. I work. My wife picks me up in the morning with the other car. And then she's like, go home, go to sleep. You got to go to work tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you don't fucking stand. I almost died. So the tow truck driver shows up to tow my car. My wife and my son go. And he's like, wait, how fast was your husband going when this ball joint blew? He's like, he's not wrong. It blew completely off the car or like blew completely off the steering rack or what have you. So, what, how fast was he going? She said 70 miles an hour. Tow truck driver goes, and he walked away. He's alive. She's like, what do you mean? He's like, I've seen people at 25 miles an hour have the ball joint blow and they just go off in the woods, crash and die. And my wife started crying because it hit her. Holy shit, he almost really did die. Oh my God. But yeah, the boy is he's the stoic one. My the child, my one daughter, the youngest is she's she thinks ahead and assesses everything. She's more like a Sherlock Holmes and uses math to her advantage and just science. And then I have my, you know, kiddo, my daughter, my prime daughter, that's just as old as my son is, basically. And she is the whoa, oh my God, that's crazy. She's the excitable, like, deals in more emotion and everything else. But my other two children are very reserved. Definitely funny shit. That's the second time I was died in a goddamn car accident. I should just stay away from cars. Um, so I had started to explain these guys in the beginning of the stream. I don't know if you guys want me to reread what I already went over. I will. I'll ask my son about the Ant Wives. Matter of fact, let me message him. I'll message him right now and see what he comes back with. Let me see. Let's see. I'm just saying, hey, whatever happened to the Ant Wives? And we'll see what he comes back. Hopefully, he gets back to me within 20 minutes. Yeah, definitely lucky is an understatement. Um, if there had been somebody else on the road, I would have wrecked. Like, I would have hit him because I couldn't control. I went from the far right lane all the way almost into the ditch in the far left lane, all the way back to the right lane. Like I said, it was just like steering on ice. But yeah, the Chupies, the Chupacabras, this is the Southern America, like Texas, Mexico version. And then this one is the Puerto Rican rendition of it. I don't. Did you guys want me to go back and reread what I had already read, or should I go forward? Should I just go from where I was? Because I know you guys weren't here to hear the whole tale of them. Oh, and Bubs. Before I get to that, I did a Gandalf for the boy. He'll have the one hand has the sword, other one has the staff. I'm gonna prime him up and get him painted sooner rather than later, probably. Well, you know what's really funny? The boy has responded. But yeah, there you go, Bob. So with his hands in, the whole "You shall not pass," Gandalf. Let's see what the boy has to say about your Ent wives. Well, that's unfortunate. He wrote back, never confirmed. In one of his letters, he stated that maybe they were wiped out during their migration during the War of the Last Alliance. Well, technically, Beans, that would be the gray because he's still got Gladring and he's using the staff, so it would have been before he fought the Balrog. So it would have been Gandalf the Gray. Gandalf the White didn't come in till after he fought the Balrog and smote him across the mountain, so it'd have to be the Gray. Yeah, I'm just saying now to him, got someone on stream that wondered what happened to him. Yeah, he said, the boy says, but he never confirmed. Lord of the Rings is just a translated history, and Tolkien is the translator. It is meant to read similar to regular history. That is one of the mysteries of Middle Earth. Yes, but that's just it. If they were wiped out, Devin, during the migration, like, think about it. Yeah, think about it. If Morgoth had them wiped out so that the Ents couldn't go forward and reproduce, it would kind of make sense because you're talking about something that's come up in nature that if you can stop it from reproducing, it works. Oh yeah, and crack that like button. Bean is right. Definitely helps me. Makes more people come here and say, "What the hell is this bullshit this man's doing?" I'm letting them know. I said they are sad now. I love it when the boy is on point though. Yeah, Tolkien, but I mean, he said it like it's just a history that is translated, and Tolkien is the translator. Yeah, more detail in letter 144 about Ent wives, and more details about Ents in letter 247. So if that's what you're looking for, Devin, what happened to the Ent wives? That's the most detail apparently that he put out there regarding the Ent wives. That's as far as Tolkien went. Yeah, but that's just it. Why would you want all the damn loose ends tied up? Some stuff should always remain a mystery. Look at my favorite villain, the Joker, should never have a backstory, right? I don't want that loose end tied up. I always want that loose end. That's part of the charm of the Joker is the chaos. And sometimes, when it comes to history of Middle Earth or writings of Tolkien, there should be certain stuff that's left open ended for you to kind of guess or figure out. It's a mystery that you know you can fill in that mystery with your own answer. Some stuff shouldn't be figured out. Like, something like the Great Pyramids should probably be figured out because if that shit was a power plant, which is what it's assumed, that it was a power plant, that'd be very cool to find out. Like, there's a whole hidden chamber above the king's chamber, I think it is. I don't think it's the queen's chamber. I think well, maybe it is. It's either the king's or the queen's chamber, but actually, they've used I want to say it's sonar or ground sonar or something on the pyramid. And there's a whole nother chamber in the Great Pyramid that they have no idea what's in there. And they won't drill a hole in like one of the small stones. Like they could get away with probably like a 1 inch hole and feed like a camera up in there and see what the hell's actually inside of it. But they won't drill into it for some reason. And it's not like they haven't drilled into it before. They put air conditioners in that damn thing. They've put lighting in there, the whole 9 yards. They've already drilled through the rock, so that's not it. It's like, why don't you want to know what's in that chamber? Yeah, I mean, okay, so the shit. Um, damn it, Beans. Now you're gonna get me down that fucking rabbit hole, aren't you? But I'm fine with it. So the theory is if you look at the way the Great Pyramid works, it could be a power plant if you tipped it out like the top of it with a golden thing at the very top, like a gold like triangle or whatever at the very top, and the obelisks, the way they're set up, could actually harness the power transmission from the pyramid to them. And like it's an actual working theory based on modern stuff. I think I was having a conversation with Mr. actually at one point in time, and he said, yeah, but limestone doesn't make a great conductor. No, no, it doesn't. It makes a great resistor. But that's why the casing stones on the pyramid are all limestone and the interior is all quartz granite. When quartz gets compressed, it generates electricity. Like, and the harder it gets compressed, the more electricity it creates, which is how we have, like, if you crush it into a liquid, you can create a liquid crystal display. That's what it is. It's quartz. I don't know about on the dollar bill, that all seeing eye and all that crap. I'm talking like old school ancient times, different story. Actually, hold on. The boy wrote back too. And more details about Ensign Letter 247. Read that one. But pretty much they disappeared. No one knows, and no int babies have appeared in a long time since the Second Age. It's a shame. Yavanna is the one who created them, all Ents. They were created to protect the trees from creatures. Would be interesting to know if they would know. But Tolkien never wrote it just to maintain some worldly mystery. Same for the other two blue wizards. Adds fun and depths. Any other brain busters? You guys got any other crazy questions about Lord of the Rings that you wanted to know? Because I will ask the boy and he will answer them like he's Chat GPT. So, any other like burning questions? Stuff that you were just like, I don't know. I don't know about this. I'm going to ask him one question. I have a question. Why does the rings of power suck ass? I think I've covered this before, but I swear like a sailor. There's no hiding that. My son is I've never heard him utter a word in his entire life. What's up, Danny Boss? How are you? Okay, I'll ask him that too. All right, actually, one viewer wants to know. Oh, his answer to why the Rings of Power sucks. He says because Bezos sucks. Is Gimli average height for an Asian man? We'll see what he says. All right, Gam catches up. I meant the top of the pyramid on the dollar bill is glowing. Could be hinting to gold or some sort of energy. Well, so now you're going from Egyptian kind of speculation to people in America. They wouldn't have that knowledge. If they had that knowledge, then they would have had hydrogen plants back then, stuff like that. Like they would have no idea why that would be glowing. It's the same way somebody back in the old days would have seen a comet pass overhead and thought it was a spaceship. It is what it is. Let's see. Oh, so he's still answering the question of why Rings of Power sucks. He said, could have been great, but no, had to do stupid stuff. Mostly because Christopher Tolkien owned a lot of rights for Middle Earth stuffs, which made it difficult to write a script, to be honest. And then his answer to you, Danny Boss, is this: Gimli was only 4'6", so short even for Panda Express. Any other questions? Oh, it's just too good. Yeah, like I said, the boy, he reads something, he doesn't forget it. Like it's scary. Shit scares the hell out of me. But yeah, and William, who's been down here, met both of my children, has known me my whole life and everything else. He will verify I am the dumbest person in my home. Okay, I'll ask him. Is Legolas half female, half male? All right, I just asked him. Let's see what he comes back with, Danny Boss. I don't know if what's Bub's got to say. We lost a lot of knowledge when Alexandria burned down. Yeah, so that's just it. There is the Great Library getting taken out back in the day. Who knows what kind of knowledge was in that place when they burned it to the earth? He's too pretty to be a boy. Well, that's the whole thing with the elves. They're supposed to be like ethereal looking beings. Oh my god. So the boy's still typing, but his first message to come through when I said is Legolas half female, half male, he said he is the better part of a twink. Yes, there's pretty straight men out there, but then there's also extra flamboyant ones. Take Alexander the Great. He was feeling sassy. Just craziness. Crazy, crazy. Oh, the boy's typing again. The people of Rohan are beautiful, but not very bright. They're like the blondes of Middle Earth. Nice. So here you go. The boy says, "Funny head cannon. Frodo has Legolas's baby clothes. The mithril coat Frodo wears was made for an elven prince. Only elven prince known was Legolas." That is kind of interesting, right there. So the little mithril suit that Bilbo passes to Frodo was actually Legolas's baby clothes. Yeah, well, you can't mess with Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill, we've already determined that is pretty much at this point in everybody's lives the perfect human being. Yeah, I mean, Rohan's an interesting, definitely an interesting thing in and of itself. Like the riders of Rohan absolutely were a powerful force, but still needed somebody more powerful than their king to lead them into battle to win. Yeah, and that's what he's saying, Beans. The only known elven prince is Legolas. So if that's the case, and the mithril suit belonged to an elven prince that Frodo has, then it was Legolas's baby clothes because you look at the size of it. Yeah, well, I mean that's the other thing. How did well? Here you go. Let's see. How did Wormtongue become advisor to the king of Rohan? And I'm not going to lie, it's been, dear Lord, 33 years or something like that since I've read Lord of the Rings, and it was only required reading to me because my pal Bubba, myself, and this other dude, Rich, we all used to play Dungeons and Dragons together. And they're like, oh, yeah, a lot of this is based on Lord of the Rings. So, in order to figure out a good chunk of it, I had to go read Lord of the Rings. And I had already seen The Hobbit when I was a kid, like the animated cartoon and the Lord of the Rings cartoon they did, but didn't, I was like, oh, those are cool and everything, but didn't actually understand. So I had to go read the books. Will do, Bubs, will do. I said, how did Wormtongue become advisor to the king of Rohan to begin with? The boy writes back, he was good at it. He was good at his job. Yeah, Theoden. Yeah, I think reading Lord of the Rings to get inspiration for when we were playing Dungeons and Dragons was one thing. But at that point in my life, I was reading a lot of Stephen King, pretty heavy, um, and a lot of Douglas Adams. And I don't know if you guys ever read any Douglas Adams, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, So Long, Thanks for All the Fish, Mostly Harmless, stuff like this. Douglas Adams is still one of my favorite writers to this day. Like he's funny but brilliant at the same time. Um, he had been part of the court for a long time, had land, etc. Joined forces with Saruman and started stirring the pot with the king. Yes, that is true. That does happen in the Rings of Power. They try to make the orcs seem more human. And as a matter of fact, when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons, so Dungeons and Dragons, basically Gary Gygax, I think, deserves all the credit in the world for the original, like first edition, second edition of the game. Um, He really oversaw it, and TSR. They sold that to Wizards of the Coast, which owns Magic the Gathering and what have you. Wizards of the Coast a few years ago decided they were going to go woke with stuff, and then they started doing campaigns in there like Orc Lives Matter and stuff like this because people were, for some reason, comparing the orcs to black people, which makes no fucking sense. The orcs are supposed to be corrupted elves, if I'm not mistaken, in Tolkien lore. But in Dungeons and Dragons, they're just one of the creatures that are in the world. So are goblins. And that was another little factoid the boy hit me with once. He said, "What's the difference between an orc and a goblin?" I said, now I'm thinking about it, I don't really know. And he said, that's because they're the same thing. It's just different words for the same creature. But they went totally woke on Dungeons and Dragons. Matter of fact, everybody plays nowadays plays like, oh, we play fifth edition or what have you. And it's basically like playing superhero powers. The characters come up with their own backstory. So, like, say you have a level one fighter, and you're like, yes, he was the king, or he was the king's son that fought two dragons and did this, that, and the other, saved the princess, and destroyed the greatest evil in all the land, killed Sauron, blah, 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 blah. You're level one, dude. What the hell? Where do you come up with this backstory? That's not your backstory. The way we used to play was your dungeon master gave you your backstory, and 90% of the time, your backstory was you trained to be a fighter when you were a kid because you were in the town. Monsters would attack you. You got in a fight and just were good at it. And then you start from there, and then you build your story as you're going through your adventure. Modern Dungeons and Dragons, the dungeon master doesn't really do shit. Like the old school DMs were a whole different thing. You had to tell your story. Cursing is allowed, Beans. Swearing is allowed. There are certain words that you cannot say. Anybody who says the N word, Beans, boom, done. Right there. I will not accept the N word being said. Um, a bundle of sticks, the proper word for that, that's used as a slur for a gay person, not allowed. Calling a woman a see you next Tuesday, not allowed. Yeah, every second word. No, it's every third word. I've got, well, actually, every fourth word now, Beans. I've gotten better. But yeah, like certain words, absolutely not. Like that stuff comes up in the chat, kill it immediately because I have no tolerance for it. You know what I mean? Especially not in the connotations that people like to use that stuff for. It's one thing if you're hanging out with your buddies and like you're joking about this person being a bundle of sticks. That's one thing. That's a joke between two guys, both who are straight more than likely. But people using it in, I don't want to say a hateful rhetoric because then I sound like I'm a leftist, but in a hateful way at all. Like, to determine that a bunch of people are, this, that, or the other thing. Like, that's not right. Can't do that. Yes. Fuck shit, damn bitch, I'm okay with. A bitch is a female dog. Fuck just means for unlawful carnal knowledge. Shit is something that we all take in the morning, the afternoon, or the nighttime, but we all shit, so that's fine. And there's different types of shit. And damn, like, I mean, really, what are you saying? Like when you say damn, you're just basically damning somebody to hell, right? So fuck it. It's fine. Yes, the context. Make sure you're just checking context if it comes through. Correct. If it's directed at somebody in the chat, don't, come if you're going to insult somebody in the chat, I want you to think about this. Shaquille Oatmeal who I tried to take a very nice stance with yesterday and just ask him how he was doing, was like, didn't know what the hell to do because I was being nice to him, right? But you've never heard me swear at him ever to insult him because I find a better way of doing it. So if you're not clever enough to come up with a way to insult somebody, and it's really the way in which you say certain words that is what makes them insulting. No, but the whole thing is, Danny, you're right. Words may never hurt you, but they do carry consequences with them. And certain consequences we don't want, such as the stream getting ripped down or the YouTube channel getting banned or, being silenced. So you got to be clever with it. You know, I've said this before. I feel like everybody should be able to speak their mind, say what's on their mind, what have you, but also think about other people too. You know what I mean? We want a fun stream where I'm painting fucking cryptids and wizards and horror figures and all kinds of different crap, right? And everybody's in here. We're having a laugh about the Ents and Legolas maybe being a she-male, okay? But at the same point in time, like, we're all having a laugh. We're all having fun. We're all enjoying it. You don't want to kill it and ruin it for anybody. Like, don't be that guy that goes to the party and puts his dick in the mashed potatoes, okay? Beans, you don't have to monitor it like you're a cop either. You'll know it when you see it. Like, that's just it. It's like a fake, a fraud, or a true bullshitter, or actually even racism, I guess you could say. You know it when you see it. Like, oh, that man has that in his heart. Like, you know it when you see it. So just enjoy it. Like, enjoy the show. I didn't want you to be like and have to crush down and make this a job. I don't want it to be a job. We got 500 people in here chatting, 1,000 people in here chatting, 2,000, whatever. It gets crazy like that. Okay, then maybe it becomes a job. But it's just a bunch of good people that are having fun on a stream, on a silly painting stream, and discussing things and different old stories and stuff like that. Enjoy yourself. Okay, let's see. Um, oh, Jesus. Okay, so he said, join forces with Saruman, starting to stir the pot with the king. I forgot I asked the boy a question. He's responding like crazy. He was never possessed like in the movie. His close advisor was lying to him. He secluded himself and fell into depression, etc. That allowed Wormtongue to cause all his damage. Magic is extremely rare in Lord of the Rings. If you use magic in the world, you are like a beacon. And since there are so few of you that can do it, you are easy to figure out who did it. That's the reason why Gandalf didn't use his magic often, or reason that Gandalf wouldn't use magic in the mountain pass when trying to cross over Moria. Saruman couldn't possess him because it would have stuck out like a sore thumb and would have undone so much subterfuge and planning. I do paint on this stream. I do. Let me thank the boy. Thank you, boy. Oh, and Bubba says hi. All right. I guess I should go back into what I was actually starting to work on. These freaky little chupacabra bastards. Oh, boy says greetings, Bubba. It's funny because the boy does not have my luck. So when it comes to shooting pool, I'm a pretty skilled shot, but I also get lucky, and he doesn't. So he has to be even more skilled than I am to beat me. And that's one of the jokes is that he's like, "You got lucky on that shot." I'm like, "Goddamn right I did," but I'm acting like I didn't, huh? And he's like, "Yeah, that's true." The Chupacabra. Okay, so this one is the Mexican version. This one is actually a rendition of the original Puerto Rican version. And I guess I should take this stuff from the top. So the Chupacabra got its name literally. It means goat from chupa, and cabras means goat. So goat sucker. It's a legendary creature cryptid in the folklore of parts of the Americas. The name comes from the animal's reported vampirism. Chupacabra is said to attack and drink the blood of livestock, including goats. Physical descriptions of the creature vary. In Puerto Rico and in Hispanic America, it is generally described as a heavy creature, reptilian and alien like, roughly the size of a small bear and with a row of spines reaching from the neck to the base of the tail, which is this one. And we do have those spines going right down to his little tail. Um, in southwestern United States, it's depicted as more dog-like. So Mexico and Texas, it's more like this one. Initial sightings and accompanying descriptions first occurred in Puerto Rico in 1995. Creature has since been reported as far north as Maine, as far south as Chile, and even outside the Americas in countries like Russia and Philippines. All the reports are anecdotal and have been disregarded as uncorroborated or lacking evidence. Sightings in northern Mexico and the southern United States have been verified as canids afflicted by mange. In other words, coyotes, dogs, wild dogs, stuff like this that had mange. That's what they found. And I think I had told this in the beginning of the stream too. I remember there was one that they had caught on camera that went in and killed a bunch of chickens, and then they found a dead coyote on the side of the road that had mange. So it was like, yeah, that's pretty much what it was on the camera. No, you're fine, Danny. Like I said, I had started going into this before you guys all hopped in. Chupacabras can be literally translated as goat sucker. The name is attributed to Puerto Rican comedian Silverio Perez, who coined the label in 1995 while commenting on the attacks as a San Juan radio DJ. In 1975, a series of livestock killings in the small town of Mocha, Puerto Rico, were attributed to El Vampiro de Mocha, the vampire of Mocha. Initially, it was suspected that the killings were committed by a satanic cult. Later, more killings were reported around the island, and many farms reported loss of animal life. Each of the animals were reported to have had its body bled dry through a series of small circular incisions. First reported attack, eventually attributed to the actual chupacabras, occurred in March 1995. 8 sheep were discovered dead in Puerto Rico, each with 3 puncture wounds in the chest area and reportedly completely drained of blood. A few months later, in August, an eyewitness named Madeline Tolentino reported seeing the creature in the Puerto Rican town of Canovanas, where as many as 150 farm animals and pets were reportedly killed. Puerto Rican comedian and entrepreneur Silverio Perez is credited with coining the term chupacabras soon after the first incidents reported in the press. Shortly after the first reported incidents in Puerto Rico, other animal deaths were reported in other countries such as Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, Peru, and the United States. In 2019, a video recorded by Mundo Ovino showed the results of a supposed attack on chickens in the suburban sector of Lares, Puerto Rico. The reported origin. Nah, it's not the cartels. But Danny's got it right. What's creepy about that is some of the other reports of like alien abduction and stuff. Like I think it was Skinwalker Ranch where you had creatures or like livestock drained completely of the blood and stuff like that. That a lot of alien abduction or cow mutilation stuff like that was like this, where they would find the bodies with all the blood drained out of them and what have you. Oh, you and your jokes. I see. A 5 year investigation by Benjamin Radford, documented in his 2011 book, Tracking the Chupacabra, concluded that the description given by the original eyewitness in Puerto Rico, Madeline Tolentino, was based on the creature Syl in the 1995 science fiction horror film Species. The alien creature Syl is nearly identical to Tolentino's Chupacabra eyewitness account, and she had seen the movie before her report. It was a creature that looked like the chupacabra with spines on its back and all. The resemblance to the chupacabra was really impressive. Radford revealed that Tolentino believed that the creatures and events she saw in Species were happening in reality in Puerto Rico at the time, and therefore concludes that the most important chupacabra description cannot be trusted. This, Radford believes, seriously undermines the credibility of the chupacabra as a real animal. The reports of blood sucking by the chupacabra were never confirmed by a necropsy. The only way to conclude that the animal was drained of blood, a necropsy. The only way to conclude that the animal was drained of blood. Punctuation is important. Dr. David Morales, a Puerto Rican veterinarian with the Department of Agriculture, analyzed 300 reported victims of the chupacabra and found that they had not been bled dry. Radford divided the Chupacabra reports into two categories: the reports from Puerto Rico and Latin America, where animals were attacked and it is supposed their blood was extracted, and the reports in the United States of mammals, mostly dogs and coyotes with mange, that people called Chupacabra due to their unusual appearance. In 2010, University of Michigan biologist Barry O'Connor concluded that all the chupacabra reports in the United States were simply coyotes infected with the parasite Sarcoptes scabiei. Scabiei. I'm going to say they had scabies, whose symptoms would explain most of the features of the chupacabra. They would be left with little fur, thickened skin, and a rank odor. O'Connor theorized that the attacks on goats occurred because these animals are greatly weakened, so they're going to have a hard time hunting. So they may be forced into attacking livestock because it's easier than running down a rabbit or a deer. Both dogs and coyotes can kill and not consume the prey, either because they are inexperienced or due to energy or difficulty in killing the prey. The prey can survive the attack and die afterwards from internal bleeding or circulatory shock. The presence of two holes in the neck corresponding with the canine teeth are to be expected since this is the only way that most land carnivores have to catch their prey. There are reports of stray Mexican hairless dogs being mistaken for chupacabras. Appearance. The most common description of the chupacabra is that of a reptile like creature said to have a leathery or scaly greenish gray skin and sharp spines or quills running down its back. It is said to be approximately 3 to 4 feet high and stands and hops in a fashion similar to that of a kangaroo. This description was the chief one given to the few Puerto Rican reports in 1995 that claimed to have sighted the creature, with similar reports in parts of Chile and Argentina following. Another common description of the chupacabra is of a strange breed of wild dog. This form is mostly hairless and has a pronounced spinal ridge, usually pronounced eye sockets, fangs, and claws. So, like this little guy here. This description started to appear in the early 2000s from reports trailing north from the Yucatan Peninsula, northern Mexico, and then into the United States, becoming the predominant description since. Unlike conventional predators, the chupacabra is said to drain all of the animal's blood and sometimes organs, usually through three holes in the shape of a downward pointing triangle, but sometimes through only one or two holes. Now this should be interesting here. Plausibility of existence. Let's see what you guys are saying. Oh, I might have to, so this GAM doesn't shut down my comments before reading them. This is a joke. Hee hee. Jesus Christ. I'm not that mean to you, Beans. I'm not that mean. Oh, I did. I told him about the Jersey Devil when I painted the Jersey Devil, bub. I told him about Whitey and all that. Like I did a full stream on it. But yeah, a lot of it is pareidolia, which is seeing something, seeing a shadow or something, and then your mind makes it into a shape or some kind of form, or seeing a creature up in a tree that you think could be this, but that's your mind making it up, your imagination kicking in to fill in blanks. So let's see. Plausibility of existence. Chupacabra panic first started in late 95, Puerto Rico. Farmers were mass reporting the mysterious killings of various livestock. And in these reports, the farmers recalled two puncture wounds on the animal carcasses. Chupacabra killings were soon associated with a seemingly untouched animal carcass other than puncture wounds, which were said to be used to suck the blood out of the victim. Reports of such killings began to spread around and eventually out of the country, reaching areas such as Mexico, Brazil, Chile, and the southern area of the United States. Most notably, these areas experience frequent and extreme dry seasons. In the case of the Puerto Rican reports of 1995 and the Mexican reports of 1996, both countries were currently experiencing or dealing with the aftermath of several severe droughts. Investigations carried out in both countries at this time noted a certain dramatic violence in these killings. These environmental conditions could provide a simple explanation for the livestock killings. Wildlife predators losing their usual prey to the drought, therefore being forced to hunt the livestock of farmers for sustenance. Thus, the same theory can be applied to many of the other chupacabra attacks, that the dry weather had created a more competitive environment for native predators, leading to prey on livestock to survive, or leading them to prey on livestock to survive. Such an idea can also explain the increased violence in the killings. Hungry and desperate predators are driven to hunt livestock to avoid starvation, causing an increase in both the number of livestock killings and the viciousness of each one. But yeah, it goes into a whole bunch of other related legends, like the Ozark Howler. That's a large bear like animal, and it has kind of the similar legends, stuff like that. But there we go. So, more than likely, chupacabras not actually like its own individual species. More than likely, it sounds to me like they are just either a dog with mange or a coyote with mange that is sickly, so it can't hunt as well, so it goes for easy prey. If they are, and yeah, a rat on meth. Those things absolutely exist, especially in like New York. Well, yeah, I mean, so here's the thing. Here's the thing I did not know until I lived down south. Did you know that alligators can go into salt water? I always thought they were just a freshwater thing, and it was like, oh well, crocodiles basically need salt water or what have you. But and they, I mean, crocodiles go into salt water and freshwater, but alligators in particular, there's been times where people will see them. Like you'll have like a freshwater pond that's not far off the coastline, close enough to the ocean. The alligator will actually go into the ocean and something in the salt water makes it go absolutely batshit crazy. So they find them acting very sporadic right near ocean water. It's crazy how like nature, if you just add a small thing like salt to the water, all of a sudden you can make a creature go completely fucking insane. Right, that's correct. The alligator can't stay long in there and it freaks out because it's not understanding what the deal is with the salt water. Like it confuses it. I mean, we all know why alligators are so angry because they got so many teeth. Has nothing to do with their medulla oblongata. Yes, crocodiles. There are saltwater crocodiles, but not. There's also American crocodiles too, and they're rare. They're super rare, but they do have salt or freshwater crocodiles actually in Florida. They confuse people. Yeah, it's insane though. I mean, an alligator just completely flipping out because it went into the wrong water source. And like I can tell you from South Carolina, from my experience, you do have fresh water and then you'll have like a saltwater marsh right next to it. So it's not that far off for an alligator to accidentally wander in there. Like an hour and a half into the damn show, I finally get the explanation of chupacabras down. Now I got to paint these things. You're in Florida at the end of the month and you do not want to see them. So, I mean, reality is they are kind of everywhere, but they're not everywhere. They do tend to stay away from humans unless humans feed them. Like it's a shame because people are like, "Oh, I'll feed this little nice look, there's a baby alligator in that pond. Let me throw some chicken to it." And they'll start feeding them. The alligator gets comfortable with the human being coming to feed them. And then as it gets bigger, it's like somebody walks past that same trail or path by the water with their dog. And yeah, the dog becomes lunch. And then DNR, the Department of Natural Resources, has to come out and actually put that alligator down. Yeah, I mean, I have one, I have a small stream that's down by the end of my road and there's an alligator in there. There's a female in there, and she comes out and suns herself every now and again. You can actually, there's like a little bridge across the stream, and you can look down, and she's just right there. She is probably, I don't know, what, like a city block away from where I live. When we had Hurricane Matthew, we had gotten power slam with just rainwater. I mean, that stuff, I'm what, 6'1", so probably about 3 feet of water. I had it where in some parts it was coming up to my waist. So yeah, about 3 feet of water, I'd say. And we had alligators swimming down the street. My wife actually got a picture of one. Like it was just crazy. I get a kick out of it. I think I've told the story about when I first got to South Carolina, my first encounter with alligators, where oh no, they just put those signs up for the tourists, and found out real quick that yeah, no, they don't. So here's the other thing, right? You know that whole well, if you run in a zigzag pattern away from an alligator, you'll be fine. Yeah, that's not true. And if you climb a tree, alligators can climb up a certain distance because of their claws and everything else. They're a lizard. They're a big ass lizard. There was an alligator in every pond in my development when I lived in South Carolina. Yes, that's just it. As a matter of fact, there's this small pond. There's a Walmart, and it has a small pond next to it. And like I've seen people getting in their cars, and alligator, an alligator just sliding into the water that's like maybe 15 feet away, and you're like, dude, you don't want to park there anymore. They'll catch you. Alligators are actually very quick in a sprint. To be honest with you, that's one of the reason why I initially had even started taking the stray cats, taking care of them outside. So one of the things that's funny is alligators are an alpha predator for the most part for their area. They can eat everything. They eat dogs, they eat cows, horses, whatever. If they can get it in their mouth, they'll eat it, right? The one thing that, and they can eat a cat, but the one thing that actually messes up an alligator because they don't understand is a cat. A cat will go right into its face, turn sideways, blow itself up to like twice its size when it poofs out when it's freaked, and smack it in the nose 4 times before the alligator can even open its mouth. It confuses the alligator. It doesn't know what the hell to do. I mean, I always said I would just climb a tree and get away from it. But reality is, my old ass would get eaten halfway, like running for said tree, more than likely. Let me see. Did the boy send anything out? No, he just sent greetings, Bubba. Maybe one day I'll have the child, my youngest. Yeah, I'll do it like live stream or whatever. I have to figure out a way to get the like video camera stuff to work, but I'll have her solve a cube for you guys like on camera, and you can watch her do it in like 6 seconds. True story. So the child became 21 years old, and her brother doesn't drink. His wife does, but they went to this bar, and like a local bar, and they have a Rubik's cube in there that's scrambled, and they have a sign next to it that says if you can solve this in under 5 minutes, all your drinks and food are free. They no longer have that sign because they went in there, they had themselves a good old time. They put a bunch of the bar patrons, get around for the bar on us, okay. And then they had her solve the cube, and she solved it in, I think it was 11.4 seconds. It was one of her slower solves, and they had to cover their tab. So they took the sign down and stopped doing that promotion. 11 miles per hour. I don't know. I'm fat and old. I'd probably like run 3 feet, trip, or fall into a snake pit or something. I'm telling you. After seeing alligators like pretty up close, I wouldn't even take the chance. You think you got that right up until you like in a panic. You like I said, you slip, you fall, and and it's over. They just eat you. Oh God, it was like I was watching uh, Frogzilla told me to watch an anime called Doctor Stone, and I just finished. I'm caught completely up with it now, and it's a very good show and all that. But one of the things they do, this one guy's like an MMA fighter. They call him the primate teenager, the perfect primate teenager, or something like this. And they're being chased by lions, and they revive him and bring him out of his stone form or whatever. And the one lion, he punches it and kills it. And I'm like, yeah, that wouldn't ever happen. That I don't care how hard you hit it, you're not killing a lion with a punch, and it's gonna maul you. All right, I'm being lazy. I'm procrastinating again. So let's see. I think that's a pretty creepy representation of a Choopy. Swamp Fever Boat Adventures. Well, it's like you have Swamp People or whatever that was on AMC, or not AMC. What the hell channel is that on? History, I think. Same thing is like they had Pawn Stars on there. And like these guys are going out baiting the alligators and then taking a 22, putting one between, like in the sweet spot on them. I would not want to be one of those guys in the boat because, yeah, yeah, no. Nope, not going to take that chance. Same thing with snakes. I hate snakes. The only thing in this world that really, really scares me besides my wife is snakes. All right, so we're just going to go the easy method with this, I think. I think this should be actually pretty easy because they said they're kind of a green. So green, grayish, white skin. And we'll go with a, see, what are we using? Mossy Meadow. We'll go with a Mossy Meadow. And what do I got next to it? What color is this? Italian Sage. What? Danny Boss's girlfriend. What's her name again? Danielle. Let's see. They're about the same color. I think actually this Italian Sage might be the better color. It's a little more muted, a little bit more on the gray side. All right. So I guess the first thing to do is let's get a few spots on this damn thing. We'll start with Dog Boy here. Let's just gonna put a little few spots in here. I'll go over it with a white gray mix, like a very, very light mix. Just try and get in the give it those funky spots. And we'll go over it. Kind of want those shadow breaks in it, so to speak. Woman who catches catfish, huh? And you know we're giving this damn thing a bright red eye too, because that'd probably be the creepiest shit you can do. Get in there. With that creeptacular undercoating. So when the gray white goes on top, we have those little skin breaks. Let's see what we got. Yeah, like in here. Some of these spots are difficult to see. A little down his butt cheeks. Do a little on his face. Definitely want the that oddball in the shading parts. Yep, go wheel your ass to bed, Bubs. Thanks for tuning in, brother. You know I love you. And I'll be speaking to you soon. Fucking Baba. Fucking Baba. So I'll just get a few on there. All right, let me see what I got for a very, very light gray that I can tighten out with the white. Get a weird mix out of it. What is this? Steel gray. See how light you are, dark you are. You're light. That'll kind of work. What are we going with? Hopefully titanium. Yeah, titanium white will work. Give me a little mixing stick. Some water. Yeah, Devin was on late night watching Creature Features, which it was actually a fun one last night because they did an old Abbott and Costello movie. Damn, what the? Oh, that's where I have boo-booed. I need some water. Speaking of working, Miss Beans, how is the new job going? Going good, I hope. First day is Wednesday. Yeah, you'll kill it. You'll do fine. All right, let's load up the old sponge and see what we got. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have room to improve the spots on this damn thing when it's all said and done. Such a shame that some of the cryptids are real and then some of them, like, they debunk the hell out of them right away. Be neat if we lived, well, actually, no, I can't say that. Be pretty horrible if we lived in a world where you had a lot of these mythical creatures in it or stuff that's like them. Definitely be a creepier place, like having to walk out to your car and like carry a gun on you just to take out this mysterious monster. Get them that sickly color. Might even want to mix a little bit of yellow in here just to make them look oddballed. Yeah, one thing, like, that's just it. I've been out west, but never never experienced anything out there that really scared the crap out of me. Although seeing a dog or something with mange would probably screw me all up. I always get a kick out of when you see a video and you it's like, here's video evidence of this. And you're watching it, and I'm like, yeah, I have security cameras with night vision that cover my backyard, my front yard, everything else. And there's times where I've gone out there and, like, say it's raining or whatever, I go running. And, like, if you watch the video back on it, you're just like, oh, wow, I look like I'm a ghost floating through the backyard because the light doesn't pick up quite right, throws it off. So ever since I got my video camera, it made me even more skeptical about some of these things that you see out there in the woods. There's a couple of them that are kind of compelling, but for the most part, unfortunately, living out in the woods, even some of the stuff I've had happen to me, I can't 110% get on board with. Oh, it was this mythical monster that was chasing me. We're like, it's a possibility, but there might be a feasible explanation. A nightmare parallel universe. Well, I mean, did you ever see the movie The Mist? Like, that was kind of creepy as shit, the way they did it. And I think where Stephen King actually got the idea for it, he went into a store that was storm ravaged, or like there was a storm coming or something like this, and he went into a store and all the shelves had been like picked clean and everything else, and he got the idea for the story because he was just like, what if it had been like a pterodactyl had gotten free in here? Like if we brought back a pterodactyl and it got into a grocery store and just went wild, what would that be like? And he kind of just built his story out from there. Interesting concept. All right, so we got him a little sickly. Let me get this back kind of fixed up a bit. Get in there and super dry brush the hell out of it. And we'll go in with the greens again. Go back to the grays and the whites. Yeah, I absolutely do. I do believe dinosaurs existed. I mean, we're not smart enough to, well, the people back then weren't smart enough to fake some of the fossils that were found. The fossil record is the fossil record. It would also make sense that the reason why they don't just find bones for stuff everywhere is because there has to be a certain condition that preserves the bone. Like that's one of those misconceptions when it comes to like archaeology or what have you, is that whatever was left behind wouldn't degrade, or you know what I mean, like you're digging it up in the ground and oh look, there's dinosaur bone. No, there has to be special conditions that fossilize the bone. I have no doubt, even if you look at modern animals, I mean, technically, alligators are a good example. Absolutely a good example of, yeah, they could exist. Like, alligators are basically just modern day dinosaurs. And funny enough, it used to be just like a ridiculous theory, but apparently the like modern day bird is also smaller dinosaurs that just evolved over time. So so giants existing. That's a good thing to bring up, I guess. Definitely weird and interesting and perfect for the channel beans. Good call. So we have records of giants but they're very, very old. Like everything, like just look at, like, even the Bible, you have the battle between David and Goliath. Goliath, so it could have just been like a big warrior or what have you, but that's where the Dead Sea Scrolls kind of come into play. And then you have the Book of Jubilee, you have the Book of Enoch and stuff like that. And the Book of Enoch kind of explains where the giants came from, giant people, which would be the Nephilim. But I know they did an entire show where they were hunting down giant bones, like the bones of actual giants, and they couldn't find actual proof or evidence. Well, a lot of story, a lot of folklore, stuff like this. But I also don't think, I think dinosaurs existing, we have proof of it. Giants, we don't have any proof of, at least not yet. We just have folklore and tales of giants. But I do think it's a possibility they could have existed. I do think it is a good possibility. Have to remember, dinosaurs in particular would have been, well, actually, all life for the most part would have been banged out pretty hard when that asteroid hit. And we have proof that an asteroid struck, like right in the Gulf of Mexico. Huge ass asteroid struck us, just the dust in the air and everything else. It would be very, very, like, even with our modern technology and modern ways and everything else, I'd say probably like 95% of the population would die off within the first couple of years. Like, it's almost like an asteroid hitting us is a massive reset button. Because even if it falls somewhere harmless, it doesn't hit land, it just hits water. The amount of crap that gets thrown into the atmosphere and stuff like that, outside of the detonation of the impact of the asteroid and its mass hitting us, the ejection of gases, stuff into the atmosphere would mess us up bad. You wouldn't be able to breathe. You wouldn't be able to see. It would burn your lungs. Like, it would just mess you all up. And we're smaller. That's, that you have the theory of evolution and all that stuff. But then, technically, if you want to mix science with religion, you can always say that, it was God's hand that threw the asteroid and reset everything so that he could place humans here. You could say, well, it was the small things that were able to live off of whatever vegetation they could find or what have you that gave rise to mammal, stuff like that. Nature just adapting into its environment. I don't think it debunks the story of creation. I think two things can be true at the same time. I don't think it always has to be an all or nothing. I mean, Jesus, what movie was it in Marvel? I think it was the first Thor movie where he said, you people would call it magic, we just call it science. Magic is science that hasn't been figured out yet. Um, Stuff like this. Like, there is scientific explanation, everything else. The Bible and science can exist. All religions can exist with the Bible at the same time. I mean, with the Bible, with science at the same time. Like, religion and science can go hand in hand, but you just have to figure out why that would make sense. I mean, one of the more interesting theories is always the Anunnaki theory, because people read the tablets to get what they want out of them that pretty much explain the Anunnaki. But the theory is kind of sound when you really break it down. Because humans, of all things, are kind of alien to this environment. We've just adapted to it, and when we can adapt to it, we adapt the environment to us, if that makes any sense. But no, I don't think it blows holes in the creation story. I don't think it makes it any less possible for creation to happen. And if you're going to say, why doesn't the Bible list out dinosaurs? Well, why would it? If you can live for an eternity, right? Really, it's our perception of time. We look at time. The oldest a human being can get to is 120 years old before your genetics start to devolve and break down. Your DNA strands will unwind. You have to die. But if you're looking at something that is almighty, can create anything and lives for, never ending for an entire day, like they have listed in the Bible. So, as God created shit in 7 days, maybe each day was a billion years. You ever look at it like that? Like maybe to him or it or her or however you want to say it, maybe for whatever God you believe in, that one day is 10 billion years, a billion years, 100 billion years. Maybe they have a different way of measuring time than we do. I know you are, Beans, and I appreciate the hell out of it because it keeps my mouth going. Um, and that's important. But yeah, as far as like outliving kids, no parent should ever outlive their kid. I agree with that 110%. No parent should ever want to outlive their child. There is nothing I can think of worse than a parent losing a child. Even a bad parent losing their child. Like it's got to mess with you. I don't ever want to think of my kids, you know what I mean, passing away before me, which is probably why I'm so protective of them. You know, um, you don't. It's one of those things. We know it comes to all of us. We know eventually we're going to hit that point in our lives where it's the secret to life. It ends. But I definitely don't want to see my offspring die before I do. I don't think any parent does. Like, if I could take all the fucking bullshit that my kids are going to have to go through in this life and put it on me so they didn't have to endure it, I would do it in a heartbeat so they could live a better life. And I can't imagine. I can't imagine going on after that. Like, just rip the guts out of you. I know my grandfather had to bury his oldest daughter and his youngest son before he passed. And I can't imagine what that man went through in his mind. Like what that does to you psychologically. Kids are a weird thing, you know. I've spent my entire life worried about one person, me, up to a point, and then had children, and it changed me. Like they say, change kids will change a person. They will if you're a good person, I guess. And I'm not saying I'm a good person. Like I'm an all right dude. I'm nothing great. I'm nothing special. I'm just I look at it as those kids became before anything else, they were greater than me. They're more important in my life. Like I have a whole breakdown of yeah, if shit hits the fan or whatever, like when the kids were still here and the house caught fire. First thing is get the kids out. Second thing is get the wife out, get the pets out, and then get me out. I was always the last thing to go. Now, maybe that's because I'm the dumbest person in the house. So that could be why. And I'm the most able to be sacrificed, and life can still go on, but just the goddamn same. I couldn't live without those people in my life, so I will protect them till the day I die. That'd be 95. 95 years old, I'll still have one good ass whooping left in me. Um, so, I mean, do you really want to get into that, Beans, about the protests in Germany? Aren't they protesting over there for Sharia law, the Islamists? I mean, do you really want to go into that subject? I kind of try to stay, I know it's something to talk about, but I've been trying to stay away from religion. But at the same point in time, I mean, it is something to talk about. Um, I haven't kept completely up on them and what's going on with it. I just know that if you're trying to fundamentally change the country's infrastructure, then I'm actually on the side of Danny Boss here when he says they all got to go. They need to go. Yeah, I didn't think you wanted to get into it, but no, I mean that's just me. I think at that point you need to start rethinking things and start doing stuff legislatively. Um, and unfortunately, like if I were smart enough and I could solve all that shit with the wave of my hand and say this is how you fix it, I would have stated that a long time ago. I have no idea how you fix it. Shit's broken. I mean, America's our issues with immigration. I can speak to. I mean, I think actually they have it right where first thing you do is get rid of the worst offenders and then you go down a list until you have it where it's like, okay, well, you're here illegally, but you know what? You contribute to the society. You've never caused a crime. You've never, you know what? Maybe there's a place in the society for you. Maybe we can figure out a way to get you amnesty and figure this out and fix it. You've contributed. You didn't live off the government's teat this whole time. You've been industrious and worked, and maybe there's a way we can get around it and fix that stuff. Over there in England, yeah, I couldn't even scratch the surface, and maybe it's because I don't live there. Maybe that's my best reasoning. Um, I just know that you can't go into like same thing with America, right? I get you're going to have factional stores, but you better learn to speak two languages because reality is I don't know if our guaranteed national language over here is actually English. Like, I think that's what the bulk of people speak, but I don't know that it's officially the national language. Like, somebody might be able to correct me there. Like, yes, English is our national language. I don't know that we actually have it deemed that it's the national language. But if it is, then legitimately you come here, that's fine. You can speak your own language because we're a tolerant society and everything else. But at the same point in time, you better learn how to speak English too. Like if I went to Japan, I would be speaking Japanese or trying to as best I could, even though I'm probably going to slaughter the language, especially since I've tried to learn Japanese a little bit and it's it's interesting to say the least. Like my pronunciation of certain words and everything else. Like I can still hear theme songs for different anime I've watched in my head and like go ahead and try and get me to cite one and sing it. Like it ain't happening. It's pretty bad. But at the same point in time, if you're gonna come over here, you gotta learn the language. My daughter-in-law, she can speak 6 languages. Let me see. She can speak French, Italian, Spanish, German, Russian, and English. My big joke with her is I have no use for a protocol droid. But I think you can speak a whole bunch of language too, right, Beans? Like you can speak like five or six languages yourself. So the whole thing with what's going on over there is just bullshit, and like it's being misreported, or what do you mean by that exactly? Like that's not true? Because like I said, when it comes to international news, I keep up on it very little. Like, and there's a reason I keep up on it very little because we got enough shit going on at home where what's happening overseas, it's it's for them to sort out. Same way America is for us to sort out. Things work different in different spots. Yeah, well, that's just it. When you learn Italian, or not Italian, Spanish, apparently you can learn a good chunk of French, a good chunk of Italian. I know Italian and Spanish are very close together. I worked with a Sicilian chef, and anytime one of the Spanish guys would come in and had an issue and couldn't speak English, the Italian chef would go out and speak Italian, but be able to understand. They would be able to basically understand what each other was saying, even though one was speaking Spanish and one was speaking Italian. So I know it's possible. Oh, okay. So it's like one of those. It's getting overly reported now because there's so much other turmoil going on over there. So people are actually noticing it now, but it's been going on for a very long time. Is that what you're saying? I think I followed that correctly. Like over here, you have all kinds of different marches and stuff like that, and nobody really pays attention to them. And then all of a sudden, there's a presidential election on, and everybody pays attention to them. Shit like that. It's pretty much what's happening. I'm guessing. I'm assuming that's what you're saying. Anyway, should have probably gone with a thicker brush for this end of the paint job. Just didn't. Actually, yeah, let me use this up on this white part real quick. Waiting out this back end of his ass. We're no white gray back here. Don't want it like super coating because then I'm losing like the texture of the paint. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Like I can completely understand that shit. Um I get it. Like there's certain things like honestly, I think that's what is ultimately going to cost a lot of people the election this time out is the immigration crisis. So 2022, you had the whole thing come down about Roe v. Wade. So it was fresh in everybody's mind. But the entire time behind it, you had this whole immigration is, blown up. There are 8 million people coming in. Like, you had all this crap going on. And 2022, everybody was kind of like, oh, well, this new thing new and fancy just came out. Got to go buy it like a new iPhone and pay attention to it. And then the underlying crisis, because there isn't something like that happening right now that's new and shiny, they've gone back to old tried and true. So people are like feeling it and they're dealing with it and they've been dealing with it for years now. And it's hitting its mark. It's actually resonating because you don't have something new and fancy going on. I'm waiting for something. We are in October. I'm waiting for all the damn October surprises. And I think the best one we've gotten so far has been the response to people in North Carolina and Georgia, like different parts of Georgia that really got wailed out by the hurricane and the response to it. I think that is the October surprise. Wasn't even something like, oh, well, here's a dossier on so and so. The only other October surprise, I saw this the other day, and I didn't really want to speak on it too much because it's not confirmed yet. So we don't know if this is true or not. But people, everybody calls him Tampon Tim because he put tampons in the boys' bathroom or what have you. Everybody was calling him Tampon Tim, and that was kind of like, bad in and of itself. But apparently he had another nickname called Touchdown Tim, and everybody thought it was like a football reference. And the rumor, and I'm going to say it's a rumor because it's just alleged at this point, he was actually doing it very, very, very inappropriate things with his students. And, like he scored with his students, he touchdown. He scored a touchdown with different students. And one of them put out this blast on Twitter. And it was interesting. But like all things, I don't want it to be some bullshit and some misinformation. Like, if it's true, it's fucked up, but it may not be true. I'll wait till the facts come out and we will see if it's a lie, if it's somebody just playing politics, somebody who's like, hey, pay me off because the election's coming. I'm going to come out and say this crap and just kind of torpedo you because that happens all the damn time. Like, unfortunately, somebody looking for a payday. So maybe it's that. Maybe it's true. If it's true, it's fucking bad. Very, very bad. Correct. Allegedly, allegedly. That's right. And I can't stress it enough. It's a rumor at this point. Some rumors turn out to be true. Some complete bullshit. So I don't want to be that guy who's like, "Oh, this is complete bullshit," when it's not. It's so when we get out of Halloween, I get away from more of the spookier, like weird ass stories and stuff and start getting into like just old tales of me in the bar and the funner stories. Like, well, not more fun stories, but stories that have happened and different interesting people and going into it a bit. Um, Shit, I forgot what I was going to say. Sitting there painting, was looking at something on the actual figure and completely forgot where I was going with it. But yeah, I told I know where I was going with it. I told someone in ABL's chat because the one dude who always calls in FNA Ranger Xbox, I like the guy. I think it's cool when he calls in. He says some really interesting shit, but he says stuff that sometimes I just like shake my damn head because it's like, look, you're not talking with something that has been proven as factual. It's something that's rumor, innuendo, and possibly bullshit, but you're saying it like it's gospel. And from there, you're building up this other argument. And it's like some of the stuff you may be saying may be dead accurate and some of it may not be. Some of it I haven't researched. Other stuff I definitely have heard this, that, or the other thing, looked into it, and it was bullshit. So I said I'll have to do on one of my streams. I'm going to play back a couple of his phone calls. I'm going to go back into those old ABL lives, find where he called in, play back the phone call, and then we'll go through step by step and debunk it or prove it. So this way, nobody's calling him a nut or nobody's like, misled. It goes back to this whole we need a Bureau of Disinformation. Well, no, we don't. We just need people that are going to be diligent and say, hey, here's all the information. Here's what everything is. These are facts. These are not facts. And let people form their own damn opinion on it. I think that's part of the problem is that it's fucked up. I watched this interview and somebody was like, I want to say it was on like a CNN or something like this. And of all the fucking people to say something was Brian Stelter. And I couldn't believe I was agreeing with that little fat potato. Like, this chick is like, there's so much lying going on and this, that, and the other thing. And we need to shut it down and everything else. And Brian Stelter goes, well, who says what the truth is? Like, who's going to be the arbiter of the truth then? And it was like the way he said it, I was like, dude, aren't you the same little fat bastard that was talking about this, that, and the other thing? Now all of a sudden, like, you figured it out, like the light bulb went on. What do you guys think? How's he looking? Creepy or what? Helter Stelter. Oh, damn, Beans. Yeah, where has Mr. been? Actually, you know what? Not only, well, Mr.'s probably floating through 10 different things, working out, having himself a shower, a wank, and then coming back on, which I'm glad to see him again. Where the hell is Six? Six is always lurking in the background somewhere. What's going on? How are you, alien? It's good to see you, buddy. So yeah, I conned Beans into being a mod too, by the way, guys. Just FYI. I was like, Beans, you got to do it. She said, I want 90% of whatever you make. I said, okay, that's fine. Nothing from nothing equals nothing. See, like now, aliens in the chat. I wish he had been in here when I was reading the stuff for the Chupacabra because he could have explained to everybody in the chat about the alien invasions and if they abduct somebody or mutilate cattle and stuff like this, the different little holes they put in them and how they drain the blood. Actually, Beans, you only said 5%, but I told you 10%. Oh, good. He's playing Silent Hill too. Well, you know what? Whenever I paint Pyramid Head, he'll probably be here for that one. Almost guaranteed. See, like I got these this undercurrent spot in his legs is being a pain in the ass. Here I go again with painting something too damn small. $1 billion on that one there, mister. 70% of the time it works all the time. Yeah. it's interesting to me. Like, unfortunately, Chupacabra is debunked. I didn't know the whole part about species and all that. I haven't seen that movie in years. Wasn't that with Natasha Henstridge? I think that's the movie I'm thinking of. Also, I'm kind of pissed off at One Piece too, by the way. And I'm also a little pissed off at My Hero Academia too. Both of them, like, I think One Piece is going on hiatus for a little bit there, and My Hero Academia, they're like in the final battle and decided that they're going to do another season of it, so they cut in the middle of the damn final battle, and I'm going to have to wait like a year before we get the ending. Those bastards. How dare they? Animate faster. Outsource it to China. Make slave labor work on that show. What the hell's wrong with you people? Doing everything in house. You don't need no tinfoil hat here. Here you go. Here's one for you, though. Beans asked earlier, right? Dinosaurs. Did dinosaurs really exist, and do they disprove the creation story, the story of creation? And I argued it out from a scientific perspective. And if Mister was here, I'm sure he could have elaborated even more. It's all your fault, Mister. This is what happens when you don't show up on time. What the hell? Or you go take showers. Take showers in the middle of the damn broadcast. 10 foil hat sombrero. Then you'll start intercepting radio waves. Then you'll start intercepting radio waves from aliens from outer space and the WEF working with them. You're gonna turn the frogs gay doing that. Well, the actual abominations. So that's just it, alien. I don't know if you ever heard of the Book of Enoch, right? But basically, it's a lost chapter to the Bible they found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, buried in this cave in jars or what have you, that was omitted from the Bible. And it stated that angels came down, mated with human women, and they gave birth to a race called the Nephilim that were a brutal race of giants. So technically, those would be the abominations that the flood was supposed to wipe out. Like, the flood myth is definitely interesting because, well, it's obvious it's not a myth. There actually was a great flood that hit the world at one point, and people were alive through it. My only issue is this genetic diversity. It's my only issue with the biblical version of the flood versus the regular ass flood. Like, what probably happened. Because if everybody was wiped out and it was Noah and his family that basically survived, then all of us would be beyond primate. We would all have genetic mutations because it would have been so much inbreeding that you wouldn't have had enough genetic diversity, and then you would have just started having all kinds of psychological de-evolution, basically. Yes, everything, and that's just it. There's so the problem is, it goes back to what I was saying before. The problem is, in order to even create a fossil, it has to have certain conditions that it meets, or else the bone just degrades and it dies. Like the cells in the bone degrade to a point where they're no longer viable and it just crumbles into dust. Well, but that's just it. You can't even say not humans because technically, if you really want to go back and look at it, yeah, it's Homo sapien, Neanderthal, Denisovan. There's like all kinds of different classification of human. What if it was a mutation in human beings that made them enlarged, and that mutation was just unsustainable, genetically unsustainable, and failed? So, right, but now beings, then you have to go to Norse myth. What is the land? What is the rivers? What is even human? Like what is everything? And it's all parts of Ymir that was slain, where his body became the mountains and the trees, his blood became the rivers and the water. That's what I mean. Like you have looking at different religions or mythologies and stuff like that, there are certain things that line up that are very, very interesting when you put them together. Or you look at it from a non theological perspective. Like you look at them from more of a scientific perspective. Remember, like I said, one of my favorite lines out of any Marvel movie was from Thor, where he's like, "You would call this magic. We call this science that you just don't understand." What's up, Doc? Can we rock? Wait, what the hell? Shaquille O'Neal has entered the chat. Using that white gray wash and then the green over it is definitely giving it a decent undertone. Gives it a eerie, nasty, putrid, rotting flesh kind of color. Where when you look at them, that undertone is definitely coming through. Like I said, maybe someday you'll explain this to me, Beans, and it'll make sense because I know you're an art teacher and all that. But um, why the hell do I paint with lights under darks? Why don't I highlight with the light? I highlight with the dark and then undertone everything with a lighter color to get the effects I want. I feel like I do that shit backwards, like completely ass backwards from a art perspective. I don't know why I paint like that. I just do. It just feels natural to me to it feels natural to me to paint that way. Dimension, okay. That makes sense. Um so yeah, that's just it. I listen to a lot of podcasts. I read a lot of stuff. Well, I can't say I read a lot. I listen to more podcasts than I read. My wife is the bookworm. Um, but yeah, I don't believe everything I read and all that stuff, and I don't. It's the same way. Like I said, there's guys out there. The latest one was a dude named Billy Carson. That listening to him at first, I was like, wow, that's some really good, compelling shit. Some great arguments. How come mainstream academia isn't taking it up? How come they're not having arguments or discussions about this or whatnot? And then when I go look at the facts behind it, like I just did it independently. Like, so he'll say something like, there's one book of the Bible, and they say if you rape a woman, you can take her as your wife. I was like, what? Got shit like that in the Bible. So I went and looked it up, and he was wrong. That is not what it says. And I don't know what the name of the book is offhand, but I was like, yes, that is not what that says. It's basically more like if you rape a woman, then you have to make her your wife. Like basically you can't get the milk for free. You got to buy the cow too. Like one of those kind of deals. Yeah, unfortunately flat earth. Like I said, fun theory and all that, but nah, doesn't work. Just doesn't work. Doesn't make sense. In the physical world, it doesn't make sense. Our understanding of space and the curvature of space doesn't make sense. It wouldn't be a smart thing in nature. Like it wouldn't make sense just naturally for anything really to be flat, and that's because we live in a 3D space, not a 2D one. Well, that's the other thing, right? I watch this one guy. So there you go. Here's a couple fun ones for you, especially since I got Alien in the chat. You'll like these. So there's a guy named Dr. Stephen Greer who, up until recently, every year they're doing disclosure. Like if you watched in December, every time 2020 is going to be the year they disclose aliens. 2021 is going to be the year they disclose aliens. We've got whistleblowers, we got people on the inside, everything else, right? And I was like, at first when I was watching the shit, I was like, damn, this is going to be really good. And then I realized quickly that he was just full of shit. Like, I'm going to say half of what he says is either somebody bullshitting him and then him believing it, or him trying to bullshit everybody else that he knows something nobody else does. Conversely, you have people that are coming out, like Lou Elizondo is one of them, right? Lou Elizondo, and then I'm trying to Stephen Grush, I think his name is the dude who just testified before Congress, and they're supposedly whistleblowers on the government and everything else that are somehow still magically advising the government, and they say stuff like, well, I'm allowed to talk about this and I'm allowed to talk about that. I'm not allowed to talk about this and I'm not because the government told me I can't. Those people, I don't believe a fucking word they say because there is nothing that feels to me like it is provable at all. Like Lou Elizondo, for example. Yeah, well, I mean, I discuss it in my book, but your book tells people nothing. Like, if you go read his book, there is nothing there that you didn't already think or know. Like, it's just he does a great job of saying a whole lot of fucking nothing with no evidence, no proof. Well, I know this 3-star general that, this, that, and the other thing. The other dude, Stephen Grush, same thing with him, right? Except for his is, I have a friend who was cousins with a brother's roommate that worked on this secret project involving aliens. So, okay, you saw this shit with your own eyes. Well, no, but I'll talk to you about other things in a skiff. Like, motherfucker, what? You're full of shit. A mothership in space. That's just aliens. He's double parked. But yeah, it's the whistleblowers. So there are a couple people I kind of believe. One that I half-ass believe is Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar's tale is very compelling to me. The only problem with Bob Lazar is he is a brilliant propulsionist. Brilliant, brilliant guy that understands propulsion like nobody else. Builds his own rocket cars, everything else. Let me see. What the hell color am I going to hit these eyes with to make them sparkle? I think I will go with sparkling fuchsia. Right? He's brilliant. Brilliant man. So if he wanted to come up with some bullshit about how this propulsion would work, he would be smart enough scientifically and forward thinking enough to come up with some bullshit. The only thing is his story doesn't really change ever, so it kind of makes it a little bit more compelling. Yeah, it definitely melded into that red. Not, I'm losing that blue hue to it when it gets in there. So I think that came out all right. What do you guys think? Mexican goat sucker. I think he came out okay. All right, let's go to the Puerto Rican version. Puerto Rico. He almost looks like a fucking alien, this one. So, the other one is Commander David Fravor. Because he was like, this is what the hell I saw, this is what the hell happened, and yeah, I don't really give a shit. And to me, that's more compelling than anybody coming out telling a story. Oh, you don't understand what the government's hiding from us. They're hiding all kinds of stuff. They got Hitler's head on ice, and they're hiding it, and they're just waiting to revive him one day to run the WEF. Very nice, Beans. Very nice. Hey, Beans, while you're at it, can you promo? Let's promo Alien out here a little bit. You know, I like to do this. I usually do this every other stream, sometimes every stream, depends if I remember. But good old Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Vlog. If you haven't checked out his channel, go check him out. He actually wants to do this shit for a living. He's not like me. He doesn't cuss. He abides by all the rules. He does a good job. He's always researching a new topic. He's always talking about it, trying to expand his realm of knowledge, having good discussion and interaction with his chat. Without him, and him always like sitting here and going, like, I reached out to him before I started streaming and said, hey, Alien, I'm thinking about streaming. How do I do it? He sent me every link he could have. He didn't gatekeep. He wasn't an asshole about it. He didn't shame me and say, you're too old and stupid to figure this out. And tried to help me out every step of the way so that I could actually get on stream and you guys could hear my dumb ass talk. Not just talk, but also paint these little thingy-mabobs I paint here. So if you would, go check out his channel. You might like what you hear. Give him a subscription and give him a like on his videos. Sick has entered the chat. But yeah, I try to shout you out on a good chunk of my streams, Alien. I know you want this. Like you work your ass off at this. I'm fucking lazy about it. You know, the only smart thing I think I've done this entire time was say, "Hey, Beans, here's a moderator's tag." Outside of that, I'm kind of shitty at this, but I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Try to improve the lighting, try to improve the camera angles. A lot more into it than goes into it than people realize. Let me see, do I have another creepy ass picture of a Choopy? Thank you, Beans. Thank you. I knew Beano would be all over it. God damn, she is the greatest fucking mod that ever lived. Followed closely by Sheree. Shout out to Sheree wherever she is. She's normally in here for the whole thing, but goddamn, she's been taking a beating lately. Let's see. What kind of Choopy do I got? Eh, kind of looks like him. The only thing I'm not feeling about this picture of the Choopy, the second one that I have, is he looks more feline for some reason. He doesn't look as creepy. Certain aspects of him I think I can use, but like maybe around the eyes and the face. But he looks too panther like or cougar like. Nice. Did you watch Elvira for her boobs? Elvira, what's interesting about Elvira, Alien, she, Cassandra Peterson, I believe is her real name. Believe it or not, that woman had breast cancer. She is one of the biggest and best advocates for breast cancer. She's actually like a very good person, raised a lot of money for charity, stuff like this. As I pack up another pack of smokes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Alien. You see it too, like gray alien cougar hybrid. I don't think I'm going to go with that paint job on him. I think I'm going to stick to. They said he had more like lizard like skin and it was gray. So I think I'll stick to pretty much the same kind of paint scheme on the Puerto Rican one as I did on the Mexican version. Except for when I get to these eyes. Like, he's got them. See if I can't get the light to reflect a little better. I really got to work on that with the autofocus. He has the tongue sticking out, and then he's got these creepy ass eyes. And I can really get in there good. He's got the teeth and everything else. Yeah, thank you, Beans. Thank you for promo and Sick too. Six is fucking an amazing drummer. Like, caught me completely off guard. Yep. Yeah, like I said, Beans, the hardest working mod on the internet, doesn't have to work at all. I'm telling you what, I felt like, dude, I did about a backflip when she was finally like, okay, give it to me. I'm like, really? Really? I get one of the best goddamn moderators out there? I'll take it. I know I got somebody that is just goddamn good with all this shit, has been around on much, much bigger streams. So if I start, Beans is my safety belt, so to speak. If I'm driving too fast and I'm about to hit a wall, it's more like an airbag. She deploys and then it'll keep me from getting demonetized or getting my ass in a sling. He'll subscribe to me too. Yeah, go give Beans a look in a subscription. Go to Bean's channel. Go check out. She burns ants with a magnifying glass in her spare time. Interesting things like this. You guys will get a kick out of it. Simple. I just said it. You're there to keep me from going off the rails or hitting a wall. And I mean, that's just it. I get it if it was a family friendly show, no cussing or whatever, but there are certain words you can't say, and you know which words they are. And if those words come up, that's a different story. That's when it's got to get, you know, ixnay on the word a's, erd ways. Got to keep that in check. Outside of that, not a big deal. Otherwise, just enjoy the show and the ride and the paint. I wonder if I should go to black on his spikes. Might be interesting. I still got to figure out how to cross streams with Alien for. So I think we'd have to use Streamlabs, right, Alien, in order to do a cross stream. That could be fun. Yeah, and that's just it. Try and be tolerant to other people's points of view. Um, Not to a point where you're pandering to them or bending a knee, because fuck that. I kiss no rings and I bend no knees. The only person that you know can tell me that way would be my wife, and she ain't watching the streams. She's not allowed to. Not because I don't want her to, just because she'd know what I'm painting for her, and it kind of ruins the surprise when she gets them on like holidays and stuff. And since I think right around 80% of what I paint is for my wife, it's like, yeah, no. Bring them little toesies out. Sometimes, mister, in order to beat a greater evil, you have to cross the streams, man. Um, okay, yeah, sounds good, Alien. Yeah, we'll definitely have to, because I'm gonna have to download Streamlabs or yeah, Streamlabs and or is it Streamlabs or StreamYard? I know one of them's free, like OBS is free, and then there's a pay for version that you can get. He's a sailor. He's in New York. All we got to do is get this guy laid, and we're okay. It's good. Been good working with you, Doctor Mister. Yeah, that's an interesting one, Doctor Mister. Okay, so StreamYard for calls. Yeah, I mean it's one of those things where we'd have to figure that like, you know, I'm gonna have to screw with the software, figure it out real quick and all that kind of stuff. And then if we are gonna do it, it might take a day or two beforehand because I'm gonna have to paint a or paint. I'm gonna have to print, go find a nice like alien spaceship that somebody's done and print it out and then maybe paint it on stream or what have you while we're bullshitting. Yeah, I mean, it'd be definitely be an interesting one to do. Definitely a fun one. But why the hell would we do it on Saturday, Beans? That's AVL's time slot. Like AVL, like kind of, I don't know. I'd feel like kind of fucked up because then we're kind of dragging like some of his chat out. And as Sheree says, most of the cool kids go to my stream or Alien stream and stuff like this. And all you'd be left with is like Shaquille Oatmeal, and more people are, probably going to watch him over us. So counter programming AVL would be kind of fucked up to do, I'd say. So you promo in the AVL show. I mean, I drop hints that I'm streaming or what have you. And to be honest with you, whenever Alien calls in, because Alien's basically ABL's closer now, he was talking like last night on the call, and one dude in the chat was just like all about the love for Alien, or one chick, or I don't know what the hell. One of the chatters, and I was like, he live streams, right? And the guy was like, really? And I'm like, yeah. And I was like, yo, Alien, like when he got off the call, I'm like, yo, Alien, give this guy your YouTube stuff because he's interested. And I think that guy went and subscribed to Alien, if I'm not mistaken. 10 p.m. Central. So that'd be 11 o'clock my time, 9 o'clock. That's right during, well, no, I guess that's close to the end of ABL's calls. Because, not going to lie at all, Mr. disappears for 90% of the stream and just shows up for the calls at the end nowadays. Like, that's his big thing. Like, why not? Yeah, I know you weren't even in there on Saturday. I don't know what the hell happened to you, mister. You like had a life or something for a change. Like I don't know what, like hot date or you went out to the bar, hot Cosby'd somebody. I don't know what happened. You just disappeared. I can almost see his little facial features. You had me at hot Cosby. That's fucking great. Yeah, Bill Cosby. Took a long ass time for that shit to come out. I mean, Hannibal Burris, I think it was the first one to cover that. Like, say something about it, and like people just laughed it off like it was a joke. And it was one of those, if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. got most of the undershadowing done on him. Or the undercoat. Damn little creepy ass claws. I went with a heavier mix this time on the paint form versus thinning it out with the water like last time. Just have to be careful around them damn eyes, or else I'll lose the definition of them. Which I already screwed up and hit one of the eyes a little bit too heavy and got in there. You know, but it's funny because now the more I'm looking at this damn thing, all I can think of is what was it like? It wasn't National Enquirer, the Star, whatever. It was one of those where they had the Bat Boy on the cover all the time, and his face definitely has that Bat Boy look to it. You didn't know Alien had a tower? He does. As a matter of fact, in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, um, good old Richard Dreyfuss's character made a monument to it out of mashed potatoes. You in those shorts, you like that TikTok shit or TikTok type shit. Make an announcement on YouTube, huh? Well, it's only hot Cosby, Stills, and Nash only if she's young, not and young. Shorts are better than pants, especially if you're free balling. All right. God damn it. Think that's what we were using. Italian sage. The other one was too green. Yeah, I may be Tom Sweaty, but I'm a heartbreaker. No, I mean that's just it, Beans. Here's my problem with you. You throw these suggestions at me and forget my superpower is laziness, right? But at the same point in time, it sticks in the back of my head, and then I'm gonna be like, God damn it! Now I'm gonna make shorts, and I'll end up making a short or two. Like it's just the way it goes. I'm gonna have to fire up my old laptop or find out where I took my pirate program files and put them on my new laptop and then start doing video editing again. I have to keep running down the damn dream because if not, it'll never come to me. What is an announcement post anyway, Beans? What the hell do you mean an announcement post? Yeah, a little love is hard to find, especially when you know the other person's dragging your heart around. Got to make them stop. 30 seconds of me painting. Hmm, could be interesting. Oh, this little dude's gonna code out nice though. The way this was modeled, very smooth. It's gonna have some serious creepiness to him. Yeah, I mean, I try to tell him not to come around here no, or don't come around here no more. But ever since my last dance with Mary Jane, it's been rough. Just did it one more time to kill the pain. You understand, this is why Mister and I are friends, Beans, is because somebody threw something up in the ABL chat and he threw out a lyric and then I threw out a lyric and there were different songs and we just like went back and forth for I'm gonna say like good hour or two. Because as much grief as I give Mister, he's pretty damn well versed in music. And when you bring up somebody like, he called me Tom Sweaty, so now it's all Tom Sweaty or Tom Petty in the Heartbreaker songs and lyrics. Yes, yes, we are like a regular Milli Vanilli. Or like the Asian girl in the "Gonna Make You Sweat" video. Like, see, look at that, Beans. Alien is backing you the hell up on this, and he's like, he's done. He's been successful with these type things. He's saying doing it on my phone. That's just it. I'm gonna have to set stuff up on my phone too. I don't use my phone for this stuff. Blame it on the rain, huh? Dude, Milli Vanilli was great. Like, even though they were just completely fake, their music was still a lot of fun. Blame it on the rain, it was falling, falling. One of my absolute favorite times was Danny Boss told told me I couldn't name 50 Beatles songs, and like I'm not gonna lie, I would have failed that challenge. But then Sick jumped in and started throwing songs in there, and so did Devin, and like we just hammered out 50 of them in like a matter of minutes. Yeah, nah, I don't think so there, Beans. What did I say? You said it to me, it'll stick in my head, and then I'll be like, God damn it, I'm making shorts. You've been saying it to me for like 3 streams now, I'm going to say. You need to do this. You need to do that. You need to change up your camera angles. You got to do this. You got to. But you know what? I listen. And if I didn't listen, I wouldn't have adjusted the camera. I wouldn't have adjusted lighting. I always listen to you. Don't forget my number. Oh, God. You're too legit to quit. Need to stop. It's hammer time. What's funny is when I used to DJ at the bar, um, somebody actually requested you can't touch this. And then I started thinking about you can't touch this, and I was like, oh shit. So it would kick in with you can't touch this. Doo 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 doo. You can't touch this. And then I got through the first verse of the song, and before he got to the next thing of you can't touch this, I cut directly into Rick James Super Freak. and people lost their goddamn minds because they didn't realize it was the same song. Yes, beans, you may know how, the rhythm's going to move you, but have you ever, done the conga? Yeah, I think your Rhythm Nation was lost, but that's because you're a black cat, not afraid to die. Damn, we're like jumping all over the place as far as music goes. Oh, paint, 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 painting away. I'm doing one now, print now that I'm gonna do for my daughter-in-law because she's the only other person I know would appreciate it. Has anybody in here ever played a game called Katamari Damacy? Just curious if you guys even know what Katamari Damacy is. Calamari Dynasty. Nice. No, there's no such thing as ADHD. There's just called it's I like to call that oh, I forget because I was going to go into a different topic. I like to call it randomness. Better yet, chaos. And everybody knows the truth about chaos. It's fair. Tell you what, the Puerto Rican version of this thing is a lot creepier. Yeah, Sick knew where I was going with that. It is fair. Little creepy bastard, this one. I was looking up, thinking about this Halloween, what the best or the biggest selling costumes and all this stuff are for this year. And I think it was in the top 4 or 5. is actually Doctor Doom. Yeah, that's a good call. It does look kind of like Shark Boy. All right, so we got him his overcoat. Creepy ass green looking feet's got to get fixed, but try and get in there nice and light. Oh, and of course I say that and I hit it with the heaviest goddamn amount of paint I can. Not like I'm not going to clean that up with black after I'm done. Sugar is not bad for you. Just sugar in mass quantities is bad for you. You go through life not enjoying it and just eating everything the way they tell you. It's going to get boring. There's nothing worse than being boring. It's Bina we're talking about, mister. You know that bag was fun size. No, not really, because I mean, if you're dead, you can still be kind of interesting. I mean, you're gonna change different colors. You're gonna smell like different ways, like stuff like that. So technically, nah, nothing worse than being boring. Damn, Bina, that was 2.83 ounces. That was my weed intake for a weekend back when I was a kid. Open up and say, ah. Still trying to figure out what I want to do with those spikes. Kind of liking the black on the picture. They don't make crispy M&Ms anymore. That's weird. Gee, that's peculiar. I swear they did. Let me fix these eyes. Oh, peanut butter M&Ms were kind of neat. I always like the mint M&Ms for some reason. Yeah, well, that's just it. They were doing different contests with them at one point. They do that all the time. I can tell you one of my nastiest experiences with candies, and I thought it was going to be really, really cool. I had left a bag of gummy bears in my car one summer day, and they all melded together in one big blob, and I was like, holy shit, this could be really, really good. So I cooled it off and I took a bite and I immediately threw it out and I was like, nope, nope, they're better individualized. These things are better off being individuals. Gobstoppers. It's funny that that just came up because, all right, so when I was a kid, and I had to be about 8 years old, there's this flea market, Columbus Flea Market, and somebody there, and you got to remember, this is back in a time when there wasn't something like a Sam's Club, right? Like, I'm sure there was a wholesaler, but it wasn't like normal people could go there. You could only go there if you were like a restaurateur or something like this. And at the flea market, this dude must have gone and loaded up on candy and stuff. And my mother knew I loved gobstoppers. So she bought a box of them, like probably like 100 count, something ridiculous like this. And she thought she stashed them well. I found that box. I got into it and ate, I want to say it was like 10 or 11 boxes. Like I was just popping them. Thump, 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 like gobstopper after gobstopper after gobstopper. Probably like 8 to 10 boxes of them, and gave myself such a sugar high that I almost like hyperventilated and passed out. It was hysterical. I do love my Wonka candy though. You're not wrong, Alien. Swedish fish are good. I like Swedish fish. One of these days I'll have to tell you guys about the Hindu hut. But that's one for after like after Halloween. I'll get into that story. The local wasn't a 7-Eleven, but it was like the Quickie Mart. It's a place called Sandy's. Sandy's Market is what it was called. And it's a pretty funny story. Well, it's actually a fucked up story, but a funny story. But that one won't get told till after Halloween. Yeah, Swedish fish were my favorite up until they came out with Sour Patch Kids. I'll take Sour Patch Kids for 1,000 over Swedish fish. I just need some pure white. Let me see. Do I want to go black down his fins? See how they look. I'm liking the black on the tip of it. I think I'm gonna transition it to maybe a brown going in. Gives it that little bit of pop, maybe even the red. Boston baked beans are all right. Yeah, candy corn. Well, especially nowadays, candy corn comes in all kinds of crazy ass flavors too. Yeah, I can dig those spikes on his back. I'm just not so sure if I want to do a transitional color in the middle of them. So, I don't know. Can you guys see this all right? What I'm talking about, the spikes, how they like transition to black. Thinking about putting a different color in the middle of them. Yeah, well, I can agree with you sometimes, Beans. I can agree with you sometimes. Oh, shit. I'm like, well, I'm done with black. No, I'm not. I gotta fix these damn feet real quick. Try not to fuck it up. All right, cool. That fixes that part of them. 53 degrees. You fucking gotta be shitting me. My God, how can you live in such savagely cold weather? Oh, God, what? Oh, what was that? That was fancy. Right now it's 64 degrees. It's 64 degrees. Clear evening outside. Very nice night. If you look hard, you can see the stars from your backyard. Actually, that was one of the cooler parts about when the storm had knocked out all my power was the fact that I could actually see all the stars. After every now and again, it's nice to just look up at the stars. Yeah, I got my new hoodie to wear too. I've got this cool, it was actually a Japanese import fucking one piece sweater. Like that's the only problem I have with ordering from overseas, especially Japanese market. I had to learn exactly they don't list everything in American sizes. So like their XL fits around like my leg. Like if I'm lucky. Fits on one arm. Like I always forget like they're tiny people. They're smaller people. All except for my one cousin. He's like 6'4" or whatever. He's half Japanese. And he's the tallest out of I think all the my guy cousins. Actually, to tell you the truth, all my cousins on my one side of the family are all guys. The only girl is my little sister. Yeah, like I said, I think anywhere in the world I could if I could just go to check it out for like a couple hours and then be out of there and back home and it took no time to get to it, I would definitely check out Tokyo. I think that could be a fun trip. Give them a little bit of transition in those. Oh my God. The P bomb? Oh God. Just even the mention of the word the P bomb cracks me up. So, true story. If you like that story, Beans, here's another one for you. And I don't know if I tell it in the P bomb one, but my one buddy Keith, the same one that we used to call Bong Finger, he used to do that with drinks too. So, like, he would pass out, he would wake up or whatever. And back in the day, we'd all go to Wawa and we would go get, like, I guess it was like a liter, but it was either iced tea, like you had different raspberry iced tea, regular iced tea, or what have you. And like Wawa is just the name of a, like basically like a gas station 7-Eleven type chain, something like this. But it was pretty much contained in Northeast at that point. And we used to go and we'd get like everybody would get their sandwich. You would get your iced tea or your lemonade or whatever. Well, my buddy Guido noticed that he would wake up the next day because we all, party pass out or whatever. He'd wake up and be like, "Yo, where the fuck is my iced tea?" Kept disappearing. Well, here our buddy Keith, we finally figured it out, was just he would reach out for whatever when he was half asleep. He'd wake up, look around, whoever's iced tea he saw, he would just take it and power it. So Guido's like, this son of a bitch has been drinking my iced tea. So he had his iced tea, the night before Keith passes out. Guido's not far away from him. Guido went into the bathroom without any of us knowing it. And like, I'm going to say like a quarter of that iced tea was definitely all Guido's personal made lemonade. And Guido set that fucking thing right next to where he was sleeping on purpose. And then he stayed up. And then when Keith started to come to, Guido like shook me awake, shook my other buddy Murphy awake, and he's like, "Yo, check this out. Watch." He's like, "I pee bombed him." So next thing we know, like Keith starts stirring in his sleep. He rolls over. He goes, and like rubs his face, reaches over, looks around real quick, doesn't see us, grabs the iced tea, popped that cap off, and just guzzled it down and passed back out. And we were dead laughing. So, well, all right. So Guido, the way you're saying it, Guido, that's not how it was spelled. It was spelled Gweedo. So we always used to joke that it was the G and the O. If you pull them apart, it says go and then weed, right? Guido was my best friend. He'll always be my best friend. The only other best friend that I have greater than Guido was my wife. Guido and I went through damn near everything in life together up until he died a couple years back. He had a stroke and passed away. But I often say that in my younger days and even in some of my older days, I wouldn't have made it through a lot of my life without Guido beside me. So yeah, a lot of my stories will always be me and Guido, me and Guido, me and Guido, and that's pretty much why is because there's people that are like your best friends, people that are like your brothers, and then there's people that you like Beavis and Butthead. You can't have just Beavis and no Butthead, right? You can't have Jay without Silent Bob. You can't have Ren without Stimpy. You can't have Laurel without Hardy. You can't have Abbott without Costello or whatever. There's people in this world that you meet and the two of you are just that's it. Like for the rest of your lives you're together. And for the rest of our lives, we were together right into parenthood, marriage, the whole nine yards. Um, so yeah, you'll often hear me talk about Guido because the shit we pulled together. And like someday I will maybe closer to his birthday. His birthday is I want to say January 21st, February 21st. I don't know, but when we get closer to his birthday, maybe I'll tell like Guido's a bit of Guido's story. Guido actually does factor into the ghost story I am going to tell on Halloween night, and that's going to be one of the most difficult parts of the story for me to tell, to be honest. But yeah, like I'm not going to lie, a little bit. Um, did I ever tell the story about me getting the shit beat out of me by a guy that was because I thought I was hot shit, and the guy had 100 pounds on me in about a foot? I don't know if I've ever told that story, but yeah, like everybody wants to be Mr. Billy Badass and oh well I can kick the shit out of anybody and all that stuff and I never lost a fight. No, I got my ass kicked quite a few times. But yeah, the one time I lost the fight. And the funniest part was because I knocked the guy out and he fell on top of me and he was out and I couldn't lift him off. And I started laughing. I was like, somebody get this fat bastard off me. And while I was down, dude's brother started kicking me in the head like football, punting my head. And, he started football punting my head. And I was still laughing, but I was getting kicked in the face. Like my side of my face started to swell up or whatever. And then all of a sudden it stopped. And I didn't know why it had stopped till after the guy I had knocked out came to on top of me and just beat me into oblivion. And I was still laughing and everything else. And I was like, all right, you win, you win, you win. And when I got up, old buddy was laying up against a tree, like just slumped, like out cold. So what I found out was when I hit the dirt with dude on top of me out cold, Guido sat there and watched this guy's brother walk up and kick me in the head the first time. Started to step forward, two guys, because there's like probably about 10 people watching me and this other dude get into it. And we were outside of Medford Lake's bowling alley, as a matter of fact, or Medford Lane's bowling alley, rather. Yeah, I did deserve the whipping too. I'm not gonna lie. You're not wrong. I did. I deserved to lose, but it was funny how I lost. But Guido started to step forward, and these two dudes jumped in front of him and said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! You can't do nothing. That's the guy's brother. The guy who's out cold on top of me." And he said, "The guy on the ground is like a brother to me. You get the fuck out of my way, or you're first." And both of them threw their hands up, like, "Oh!" and like got out of his way. He walked up to the dude, said, "What'd you do that? What'd you kick him for?" And he said he did the whole like, gave him this goofy face and put his hands up flat, like, I don't know. And next thing you know, Guido just hit him one shot, knocked him off his feet into a tree, and he just slid down the tree and slumped and was out cold for a good 3 minutes until fucking I got off the ground from getting the shit beat out of me. And then his brother had to carry him away. But yeah, you're not wrong either, Beans. I did actually deserve that ass whooping. That was me trying to get in a fight with somebody who was much bigger than me, and like I knew I could endure the beating, and I did drop him first. But you know what? Sometimes your mouth gets you into trouble. You're not going to win every fight. You're going to lose some. That's why I always say any man that says, "Oh, I've won every fight I've ever been in," they're more than likely full of shit or the greatest fighter in the history of the world, because it's not hard to just, if there's no weight class, no size or anything else, it's real easy to get your ass whooped. Very, very easy to get the crap kicked out of you. Yeah, the fuck they don't. You think nobody really wins a fight? Tell that to Mike Tyson after he knocked out Leonard Spinks. I would call that a pretty decisive ass whooping. Everybody, I think I can't remember what the hell movie I saw that said that in it, and it was a true statement. Everybody takes an ass beating sometimes. Actually, that's not a stupid question, Beans. There are people that don't get into physical altercations at all. I've known a couple of them. Yeah, but see, is he really that overrated? I mean, granted, if we're gonna really talk boxing, then I'm gonna go with Holyfield over Tyson. But Tyson was actually a sight to behold because if you go and watch the fights he got into, and you look at the size difference between him and his opponents towered over him. Now, granted, Sphinx in that fight was past his prime. Like that, he was in the twilight of his fucking career. But there were other guys that weren't in the twilight of their career, and Tyson knocked the shit out of them. But it also goes to a point. At what point in time was Mike Tyson like, you had an era where Mike Tyson was it, and there was that it factor with Mike Tyson, and then you go past it and it falls off. I mean, now you can throw it back to good old Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali. You can say he was a great. You can say George Foreman was a great. The one guy I fucking hate him. I hate this boxer, but you can technically say he was the greatest boxer of all time, and that was Mayweather. I agree, mister. That's what I'm saying. That era of Tyson right there, when he was the youngest heavyweight champion ever, he was the best ever. He was an unstoppable fucking monster. And like the thing is though, Tyson was more of a brawler than he ever was a boxer. You know, he would get in there and get if he got inside on you, those uppercuts would just eat your ass. Like he just done. Game over. Press the little button, make him go night night. Um, but Holyfield was that's pretty much why Tyson lost to Holyfield is because Tyson was a great brawler, but Holyfield was a great boxer, and Holyfield did one of the most impressive things I've ever seen, which was Tyson caught him with an uppercut, and I want to say the first, second, or third round. I can't remember. I want to say it was even the first round of their fight, the first one they ever did. And Holyfield, if you watch, it lifted him off his feet and flung him back into the corner of the ring. And he like it stumbled him for a minute. And then Holyfield ended up getting back up and winning that fight. But Holyfield even said, like, when he hit me with that uppercut, it was the hardest I've ever been hit and ever have been hit. Mike Tyson just, his arms are shorter. Like, his reach isn't great, but man, the way he throws himself into those punches, like, they hurt. And yeah, dude, when he bit the chunk out of Holyfield's ear because Holyfield was frustrating him, that shit was crazy. Yeah, he bit his ear, alien. Like he bit to this day, Holyfield's missing the top end of his ear. Holyfield is missing more of his ear from a Tyson bite than Donald Trump is from an assassin's bullet. That should tell you something. I still feel like when Tyson lost that title to Buster Douglas, that shit was half rigged. That ref did such a short count. Matter of fact, now I'm thinking about it. I can actually show that off because I got stream or whatever, or I'm on stream. Shit, I keep doing that. Wrong paint. Yes, your nose will keep growing the more you age. Get in here, clean up these claws a little. I think he's about done. Creepy looking little bastard. Might hit him with the eye sparkle like I did the other one. Well, they say that, Beans, that sometimes hobbits are misproportionate, like their heads get big. Reach back and grab this real quick. I don't think I've ever shown you guys this. Right? This is from October 1945. Right? Ketchel Langford fight. It's on the cover. 25 cents, 30 cents in Canada, PDC. Look at this shit. Buy United States war bonds and stamps, right? So October 1945. And let me find them. See if I can find the damn page with them on it. No. Where the fuck are you? There he is. This strapping young man right here. It's actually my grandfather. It's my grandfather on my mother's side. Oh, I don't collect this book. I just have the one because it's actually my wife got it for me because it's my grandfather. This one I don't collect boxing memorabilia. I don't collect boxing memorabilia. Just this one thing because it's one of the few pictures of him like in ring attire and like in fighting shape. It was actually his promo picture. But yeah, I thought that was kind of neat. And apparently, I'd like to get the picture of my dad's dad. My one aunt ganked it when he passed away, and my dad hasn't seen it since, and he's been trying to get it back for me. But my grandfather had pictures on my dad's side. Actually, had pictures where he was over in the Pacific Theater in Japan, and there's one where he's standing on the wing of a down zero, like one that they shot down. Definitely descended from some angrier people, I guess you could say, or more badass people. And here I am just being like, I'm going to paint my little action figures. Yo, I'm telling you what, like, I want that picture of my granddad so bad. I think that'd be an epic one to have. Your sister did wrestling? Was she like professional wrestler or like, actual wrestler? Like Olympic and all that kind of stuff. Because I don't know if you knew this about Bina. She's actually a pro wrestler too. You can look her up. Her ring name is Chris Statlander. That's Chris with a Kris. All right, let's fix your little face here because I got a little bit of a blowout. He's creepy looking. Wait, really, Alien? If you tell me what her in ring name was, I've probably seen her. Dude, Trish Stratus is from Canada and Paige is from England. There's no way. It's either of them. Lita is from, I want to say she's Spanish. I'm trying to think who hails out of down south. Yeah, my big running joke is that Beans is really Chris Statlander. I feel like I need a little bit more gore in that mouth. In WWE, but similar. So like so your big ones were WCW, TNA, NWA, Ring of Honor, now AEW if it's more recent, like if she was in a more recent wrestling promotion. Get a little sparkle on these eyeballs. It looks like I need a little more paint on his back leg. Right in here. Unless, of course, it was a, you know, still a pro wrestling promotion, but a more minor league one would be something like CZW, um, PWG, Pro Wrestling Gorilla. Yeah, unfortunately, I am definitely a nerd for fucking wrestling. Let's see. Do his eyes illuminate? Does he look better? Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want this son of a bitch coming at me in the dark. PCW Australia. What the hell's she doing over in Australia? Well, I guess pro wrestling. Dude, China? Oh, China is a very sad story. Do you know the whole story of China, Beans? Just out of curiosity, like everything that happened with her. Yeah, so that's just it. That might be one of those promotions where, like, what you call it, developmental for WWE is called NXT. So she's an indie wrestler for the most part. She's not one of the bigger promotion. Well, maybe a bigger promotion over in Australia. That's where people like Rhea Ripley came from. Pretty sure she wrestled in that promotion too for some reason. Sounds right. I think these guys are pretty much knocked out. Little claws are done and everything. And the dog version. I think I'm gonna go in and do the same thing with his ridges on his back. Do that black slash gray overlay on him. It wasn't just drugs and alcohol that means there's a lot more to China's story than that. Like one of the bigger parts of China's story was that you had her adult film career and everything, but the way that came about, what it really, breaks down to is it's very fucking sad actually. But she was together with Triple H, Paul Levesque, and they started doing the storyline where Stephanie McMahon and Triple H on screen had a romance, and then they actually formed a romance because they were on screen together all the time and actually started to feel some kind of way towards each other. China ended up finding a love letter from Triple H to or Stephanie to Triple H, broke her heart basically, and it was right around the time her contract was coming up, and she basically went to Vince McMahon and said, "I'll stick around and all that, but I want millions of dollars because I am the female attraction at this point." Vince McMahon wanted more like swimsuit type girls, and that was kind of the end of China. And she started dating a guy named Sean Waltman, X Pac. They filmed a do-it-yourself homemade video, adult video, that leaked out and was called One Night in China. So then she started getting notoriety for that. And then she started really indulging in drugs and alcohol. And then she went full on into adult entertainment and then dropped out of it and ended up going overseas and teaching, I want to say it was Japanese kids, because she was kind of an attraction over in Japan for a minute. And then she went over there and then started teaching Japanese kids how to speak English. Like she became a teacher. Yes, 123 Kid was also X Pac as well. Um, so then basically what happened was this guy went over, this scumbag producer or whatever, went to China, said, "Hey, wrestling's getting hot again. You can make a comeback. I want to film a documentary on your life, and it'll be you reuniting with WWE and with Mick Foley and all this kind of stuff." And Mick Foley's actually was filmed in the documentary a little bit. And it the documentary ended up not releasing, but her and it turned out that the producer was actually taking advantage of her. And then like it's tragic, but then when she passed away, he had figured out she passed away, set up all his camera stuff and everything else, and then filmed them going and finding her dead from a drug overdose. But it turned out that the producer was the one who started getting her back on drugs and stuff she had cleaned up. It was just like the whole thing was tragic. Very, very tragic. All right. I think I'm good with these guys. Let's see. All right. Both versions of the Choopy. She wasn't. She wasn't a pioneer for women's wrestling. You may think that because you can't think of any other female wrestlers, but there's plenty of them like Fabulous Moolah and Wendy Richter. That's actually a famous one. They were a famous duo of wrestlers. Moolah controlled all the girls. They all had to pay her a percentage if they stepped into a wrestling ring. Wendy Richter was one of, if you remember back to the 80s, they did a whole thing. It was called The War to Settle the Score, or the Brawl, and that wasn't Brawl for All. What was it? War to Settle the Score and something else. And Cyndi Lauper chose Wendy Richter, who was the current, or no, she was the challenger. And then the Fabulous Moolah was the champion. She dropped the belt to Wendy Richter. They actually advertised that on MTV. Then Wendy Richter wanted as much money as Hulk Hogan was getting. And they did this thing where Moolah put on a mask and pretended to be a female wrestler called the Spider Lady. And she small packaged her, like held her down, and like you can see Wendy Richter kick out at like one. Like she tries to kick out, but Moolah held her down, even though her shoulder came up, and the ref just counted through to three. It's actually called the original screw job. But yeah, like she was a pioneer. What was the other lady? Mae Young. Mae Young was another pioneer. And I almost called her Delta Burke. I can't remember what the chick's name was, but she was actually like a huge pioneer for women's wrestling. And then in the Attitude Era, China, if you actually watch her match, China, she did 4 or 5 different decent moves. She really wasn't that good in the ring. But Lita and Trish Stratus were actually like two of the major pioneers in the Attitude Era. Then going forward, you had the Four Horsewomen, which was Charlotte Flair, Bailey, Sasha Banks, and Becky Lynch. And to this day, they're still like top billing in WWE, but they've really shattered the glass ceiling. Okay, so here's what's fucked up, right? And you can check my stats on this one. Female wrestling back in the day. Well, I mean, you if you're going to go into like the as far as WWE goes, you go into the past the Attitude Era. What was it called? I can't remember the era. It was John Cena's era, right? Ruthless Aggression era. If you go into that, you have Kelly, you have McCool, who became Undertaker's wife. There's a ton of them, but in the Attitude Era, they really weren't wrestlers other than Lita and Trish Stratus. They were the only two that were actually technically wrestlers. Everybody else, Stacy Keebler, Sable, like the ones that they were all like swimsuit models for the most part. Like you had a couple of them that could. Miss Jackie, she was actually Jacqueline. She was actually a wrestler, but she never got to wrestle. It was all like bra and panties matches and shit. But yeah, back in the day, women were like a side attraction on the wrestlers. So it was, I'm going to say it this way, but it was midget wrestling and women's wrestling were just like this side kind of thing. Like every now and again there were gimmick matches is what they would call them. Like you'd have a guy wrestle the bear and the women and the midgets. Those were the side attractions. But then you had stuff like Gorgeous George or in WWF's territory, or well, WWWF's territory, Vince McMahon Sr. was was Bruno San Martino was the big draw for them because of the high Italian faction up in the Northeast. Like, but women's wrestling nowadays is a whole different story. They're in some cases they put on better matches than the men. Like they really do. Like they can tear the house down. Queen Bianca. I've never heard that one. Well, I've never seen that one, but then again, I'll have to look up Australia PCW. I'll definitely have to look that up, Alien. That's cool. I had my one buddy Randy, he was 7'1", like actual 7'1", and he's a big proportionate dude. And he was going to be a professional wrestler, and he was going to have me cut his promos for him. Like I was going to be like his manager, basically. And he ended up hurting himself. Like he had a guy too small to be even trying it because he was still in pro wrestling school, and they would do like local matches or what have you. But the one kid went to slam him when they were training and started to drop him, so he stuck his arm out, and when the kid dropped him, he popped his shoulder out of the socket and hurt himself really bad. He was out for a minute, and then he was wrestling in there was an old Philadelphia promotion called ECW, and they were doing this angle at their local show or whatever, where he had come in both the bulldog. It was the Pitbull 1 and 2. Gary, I can't remember what his name was. He used to come into my Blockbuster. Actually, he lived in Hamilton, and he was actually Gary Wolf, I think his name is. He was a cool guy. He actually legit broke his neck at one point, but the two pit bulls had bailed out of the ring. They were beaten up like a baby face or whatever, like good guy, and they were supposed to bail out of the ring when Randy came sliding in. They bailed out or whatever, and then the next show they were supposed to get what's known as heat on Randy by beating the hell out of him. And to this day, he still swears it was on purpose. But Pitbull number two cracked him in the fucking shoulder and then hit him with a move off the ropes. Like they hit him in the shoulder, hurt his shoulder already, and then threw him into the ropes. When he came back off, they did this move to him, and when they did, his shoulder came out. And he said they hit him on purpose, like too hard and in the wrong spot, and it popped his shoulder out again. He went to the hospital. Like they actually legit had to take him to the hospital, and then Randy found out that, you know, if his shoulder goes out again, he's going to need surgery on it, and that was it for him. Like he just gave it up. He was like, I'm done. But yeah, Randy was like legit, like they were scouting him. He was actually pretty good, and they were actually scouting him. He said he wanted to make me his manager, but I wasn't going to give the wrestling school, money to train me to be a manager, in ring manager. I'm like, well, fuck it, like fuck that. So I never would have gone to the big time, but Randy almost did. It's uh, it's crazy. I mean, wrestling when done right looks painful as hell, and they do beat the shit out of themselves, but they're not. They don't injure each other as much. Like you're still gonna you're falling down for a living hard on the ground, and it shock and all that. If you keep doing it on a daily basis, you kind of build up a tolerance to it, and then when you stop doing it for a little while, you have to get back into what's known as ring shape. Otherwise, you get hurt real easy. But yeah, anybody who says wrestling's fake, it's scripted. It's not fake. People get fucked up all the time. That's cool. I have to search for that YouTube channel, even if she's not posting it anymore, just to see, you know what I mean? I mean, there's a reason why they stopped doing chair shots to the head. Like they don't do them anymore. I've seen the one company does them on occasion, but for the most part, you don't see like WWE doing chair shots to the head anymore because of the concussions people were getting from it. Before they used to just walk them off, but now they know about CTE, so it's like they can't do it anymore. Like you're literally ringing somebody's bell. It's like being in a head-on collision. Even if somebody's like hitting you with the chair shot safely, it's still doing damage to your brain. Dude, Chris Benoit, Jesus Christ. And that was the thing that stopped the chair shots was Chris Benoit. Because at first everybody said it was roid rage, and it turned out it was CTE. Like he literally had damaged his brain to a point. And that's why anybody who does like the flying bulldog or headbutt off the top rope, like they'll jump, land flat, you hit your chest, but your head hits your opponent. Your head is still taking an impact, and they said that contributed to it. So you don't see guys do that that often anymore. You'll still see it, but not as often. And chair shots to the head, people are like unprotected chair shots to the head were 110% bad news. And if you watch some of those like the Attitude Era matches, those guys were cracking chairs over each other's skulls. Actually, you're half right. His signature move was a flying headbutt. His actual finishing move was the crippler crossface, which later on Daniel Bryan started using it and calling it the yes lock. Well, Bryan Danielson. Yeah, the crippler crossface. And like Benoit was hopped up on steroids too, but it was really the CTE is the reason why he did what he did. And in case you're watching this and you don't know what Chris Benoit did, he it was first reported that somebody had broken into his home, killed his wife Nancy and their son. and their son was like a little boy, like I want to say like 6, 7 years old, and then killed Chris too. And what it turned out was Chris freaked out, apparently murdered both his wife and his child. Well, yeah. And what was really fucked up about the Chris Benoit thing, with the whole, turned out it was a murder suicide. What was really screwed up with Chris Benoit was that on Raw, when they found out right before they went on the air. So they turned the entire show from just their normal shit that they were doing to a Chris Benoit tribute show because it was originally reported as a murderer. So all these different people went on and like were crying and telling all these stories about what a great guy he was and all this, all except for, and I can't remember who it was. There was one person that went on and was like, "Yeah, Chris, rest in peace, Chris." That's all I got to say to you. Like, and you're like, damn, like what an asshole that guy was. And then the next day or two, it broke that it was actually a murder suicide. Somebody hadn't broken in and killed everybody. And it was like that one guy knew that like he had this pin up anger and was showing it to him behind the scenes. The most notable thing, as far as wrestling went with it, was they were doing this angle where Vince McMahon got into a limo and all of a sudden the limo blew up. So they were going to run a whole angle storyline of what, Vince McMahon dying in this exploding limo. And then Monday, Vince McMahon had to come out on the stage and announce that Chris Benoit, his wife Nancy, and their son passed away. And then they went into the tribute show. So he destroyed the angle and everything. But then WWE had all this egg on its face. And they pretty much went back and deleted everything having to do with Benoit out of WWE history. Like they don't show his matches anymore. They don't, like, if you have like the old pay-per-views and stuff, they don't show his matches and shit anymore. They want nothing to do with him. It was definitely one of the darker sides of wrestling, one of the darker days of wrestling. That one was bad. The other one that was the one of the truest tragedies in any sense of the word was Bret Hart's younger brother. His name was Owen Hart, and they saddled him with this gimmick where he was supposed to be a goofy masked wrestler named the Blue Blazer. And me and my buddies were actually watching the pay per view when it happened. And what was supposed to happen was they were supposed to lower him out of the ceiling, and he had a quick release on his harness, and he was supposed to pull the quick release when he got into the ring and pop free and da-da, like a superhero dropping in. And instead, the rigging that they used to hold him up, one of the clasps was not rated for him to do that. And they did a rehearsal on it and it held. And then when the actual show was going on, he was being lowered into the ring. The clasp snapped and he fell, I think it was like 50 feet or something like this, from where he was being dropped in from into the ring, yelled "look out" on the way down, hit one of the turnbuckles, and pretty much passed away in the ring. I think it was him and the Godfather for the championship. I think you're correct, Beans. And the most fucked up part was one of the people he was closest with was a guy named Jeff Jarrett, and Jeff Jarrett's match was supposed to be up next. And when he fell on the ring and all that, they were taking him out. They ran back and grabbed Jeff Jarrett, and he was just like, "What? I'm not going on yet. What the hell are you guys talking about?" And they're like, "Look, something happened with Owen. You need to get in the ring." And he cuts his promo before he goes out to the ring, and he had seen them wheel Owen past him. And Jeff Jarrett just started, like, you can hear him almost crying in the promo, like him, and I think Deborah was his manager, and like he's like crying during the promo. Yeah, the Hotra. Well, here's the funny thing. Can you guys tell me who the Godfather was? Well, before he was the Godfather, he was Colonel Mustafa, right? What what was the Godfather's gimmick before he was Colonel Mustafa? Do you guys know who the Godfather was before he was Colonel Mustafa? There you go. Yeah, I said Colonel Mustafa. You're right. It was Kama. Kama was his name. But yeah, Papa Shango. It cracks me up anytime I look at him and I'm just like, yo, that was Papa Shango? Like, what the fuck? Like, how do you get saddled with that gimmick when you look like this, you know? Like it didn't make sense to me. Let me see something. Will this hang here? It will. That's better lighting on that. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean, there's wrestling has a lot of tragedy to it. Some of the stories from behind the scenes is actually more interesting than what was actually going on in the ring. Like, it's funny because I kind of got lucky because I would get WCW. Like, I could watch WCW and WWF. But when I was a little kid, all there really was WWF, and then I would buy the magazines and stuff. And that's how I knew about like the Road Warriors and Ric Flair, Dusty Rhodes, like the ones that are from down south. So the transit incident. Well, now you're going into the whole New Jack ECW shit. And, growing up just outside Philly, like I said, me and Guido one time, we went up to the ECW arena. We stood in line and did not get in, and it was not a good fucking part of town to be sitting in, especially not for two white boys that late at night. But yeah, the mass transit incident, you had, I'm going to say that kid had to be about 350, 360, big fat kid. Supposed to be a Philadelphia bus driver that was going postal and got in a ring with New Jack and Mustafa, and he told New Jack, "Hey, I want to do this to you, that to you, the other thing to you." And New Jack took exception to it, and he said, "Hey, can you help me get color?" And New Jack cut his head open, and like he just bled buckets, and they beat the ever loving hell out of him until his dad started screaming, "Stop! Stop! Stop! He's only 16." And yeah, it was a whole. I guess they did a whole lawsuit with it and everything else. But yeah, the mass transit incident was crazy. So funny enough, Beans, he didn't quit wrestling. He started out working at a strip club as one of the bouncers. It's the same thing for Scott Hall, aka Razor Ramon. Razor Ramon was actually a bouncer at a strip club, and he had gotten in a fight with a patron and actually killed the guy by accident. Like the guy was attacking him or whatever, or like acting up. He tried to take him down and ended up accidentally killing him. But then I don't know which one. Somebody found him and turned him into a pro wrestler. Like I don't know if he was doing pro wrestling on the side. I want to say he wrestled with like Dusty Rhodes and them down south, maybe Georgia Championship Wrestling or something like this. And then he ended up going to WWF and becoming Scott Hall. I mean, he might have owned it too. He might have. I don't know if it was with the Razor's Edge or not, but I will tell you this much, Mister. He that was part of the reason why apparently he got so heavy into drugs and drinking and everything else. was because it would give him nightmares. It's the same thing like you guys remember Miss Elizabeth? It was before he was the Diamond Stud, before he was with DDP as his manager. DDP actually worked in a bar too in New Jersey, out on the near the Jersey Shore. Yeah, I know. Biggest asshole I've ever met that was, well, I didn't meet him. Guido met him. That was a wrestler. Was King Kong Bundy. King Kong Bundy was down the shore with his wife and his kid or whatever, and they were out. And Guido must have been 17 at this time, and he was down and saw him on the boardwalk, like just walking around with him and his wife, and went up to him like kind of smooth and was just like, hey, you're King Kong Bundy, and just wanted to get his autograph or whatever. And King Kong Bundy told this, little 17-year-old Guido to go fuck himself. Said he was a real dickhead to him. But yeah, The Godfather, him and The Undertaker are like super close. I don't know. WCW, my favorite wrestler was DDP. Um, WCW, ECW. I think my favorite was Taz. Yeah, it had to be Taz back then. I used to love the whole suplex machine gimmick with human suplex machine gimmick where he'd throw the towel over his head. Some of the promos he'd cut on Sabu. Sabu, I'm gonna strap my move on you. I am gonna hurt you. He was just great with his promo. WWE, it switched through different things. Like I always liked The Rock when he had come out. Not Rocky Maivia, but when he actually became The Rock, I liked him. But uh, Roddy Piper is my favorite wrestler of all time. So I will say that there's nobody like Roddy Piper. Yes, that is correct, Bina. So Miss Elizabeth ended up her and matter of fact, they were divorced when they did the whole match made in heaven, match made in hell gimmick from one of the WrestleManias. I want to say it was. It might have been a SummerSlam, but I think it was a WrestleMania. Her and Randy Savage were already divorced at that point, even though they got married in the ring and all that crap. They were already divorced, and they ended up going to WCW. Miss Elizabeth was there. She ended up with Lex Luger, and the two of them were chilling, doing drugs. Lex Luger went to bed, woke up, and she had OD'd. She OD'd on drugs and died. Yeah. I came here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Mama don't like tattletales. Yes, she was married to Randy Savage. That's how she got into wrestling was Randy Savage brought his wife into the wrestling business. Yeah, her and Randy Savage were real life married and everything else. And then she basically ditched him, which actually caused real life heat between Hulk Hogan's wife, and Randy Savage because she kind of ran to Hulk Hogan's house and then was like, I'm going to take some time and go to Florida or whatever. And Hogan's house was down there. And then it turned out she said she was at Hogan's house. She was actually out with some other dude. She might have married the guy she cheated on Randy Savage with. I don't know. I just know that she did end up with. bumping uglies, we'll say, with Lex Luger, and then doing drugs with him. It's just it that shit's insane to me. And then Ultimate Warrior, nobody liked the Ultimate Warrior, like as a person in the back or as a wrestler. Like there's people that tell stories now about he was a good guy and all that are full of shit because they did this DVD that was called The Self Destruction of the Ultimate Warrior, and people really did talk about how they felt about him. Matter of fact, one of the greatest wrestling managers ever of all time. Actually, number two. I'm going to say number one wrestling manager of all time was Bobby the Brain Heenan, and then number two is Jim Cornette. And Jim Cornette and Bobby Heenan both hated him, like literally despised him. Said like he was he was the shits basically in the ring. Like he was just terrible to work with. You know what's fucked up? So Batista is actually like a grandfather and was when he first was in like WWF, like his first run in WWF for that little bit of time. He was actually a grandfather then. He's apparently very, very sensitive about how old he actually is. Yeah, Percy Pringle, aka Paul Bearer. He's a great manager, but Bobby the Brain Heenan and Jim Cornette are the two best. The only other one that belongs in the conversation with them is Paul Heyman, and Paul Heyman is more of an advocate than a manager at this point in his career. Right, but Batista apparently had a what you call it. I don't know if he married into it or what, but he was a grandfather like when he was young, and like there's stories about. Well, there's a couple different stories when it comes to Batista. Apparently, he's very well endowed. That's one story, and then the other story was that I don't know if he married a girl with a kid, that had a kid, or what, but people would tease him and call him grandpa in the back, and he would get fucking infuriated about it because he was actually a grandfather. Um, I never saw a Raw, like not a Raw live, but we did go to the house shows when they did the house shows. I went to a WCW house show. That's where I got my DDP. I still got it hanging in my closet. I have a DDP Bang T-shirt, and I watched. I'll never forget the main event for the one WWF one was Sid Justice, aka Sid Vicious, and Hulk Hogan tag teaming together to take on The Undertaker and Roddy Piper. That was the main event of the night. But it must have been crazy to see Raw live because when they do the commercial breaks and shit like that. I know it was funny during the pandemic. They did a Raw, and I think it was Sasha Banks versus Bailey or something like this. And when they were cutting a commercial, they stopped wrestling each other because there was nobody in the crowd. Like you weren't allowed to have crowds of people or whatever. And they like stopped wrestling and didn't realize they didn't cut the commercial right away. So all of a sudden they're in a hold and they just stop and just okay, blah blah blah, and they're bullshitting back and forth while they're going to commercial. Yeah, Psycho Sid was great. Like, while he had an intensity, he was an all right wrestler. He wasn't anything to write home about in the ring, but he was great. Like he had that intensity, that size, everything else to him. The craziest one to watch with Psycho Sid, well, two two crazy stories about Psycho Sid there. One was him and Arn Anderson, when he was in WCW, got into an argument in a hotel after a match. They were both drinking at the bar or whatever, got into a huge fight. And Psycho Sid went to Arn's hotel room, knocked on the door, and when he opened the door, he stabbed him in the gut with a pair of scissors. And like there was a whole brawl between the two of them that they had to pull him apart. And Arn Anderson had gotten stabbed a couple times in the stomach with a pair of scissors. That's one. And then the other one was they told him to jump off the rope and do like this front kick with one of his feet on a wrestler. And he said, "Look, I'm not comfortable with it. I don't go off the top rope or off the any of the ropes like that for a reason." And they said, nah, you'll be fine. I'll take responsibility if you get hurt. He jumped off that rope and broke his other leg. The leg that he landed on wasn't strong enough to support all his weight coming down, and he snapped it in half. And like that was on a pay-per-view. That's you can actually find a video of it. If you go watch that video, it's hard to watch because it is brutal. Yeah, SmackDown. SmackDown, like, I mean, it's crazy. Crazy, crazy, because basically, if you watch politics nowadays, politics is nothing more than pro wrestling. You got heels, baby faces, they're cutting promos. One's going to go over the other one come election time. Like it's pro wrestling. But pro wrestling is like a staple of Americana, I swear to God it is. Oh, God. I feel like I should start another model, but I I don't dare. The eyes on these guys did come out nice though. I am happy with the reflect back. Rock, paper, scissors, huh? Oh, God. Oh. Sitting here looking to see if anything's going on. So, I can tell you when I stopped watching wrestling. I That's just it. Everybody stops watching wrestling at a point. I stopped watching wrestling when John Cena started to become a thing. That was my exit to wrestling. I didn't watch the Ruthless Aggression era. Like I've gone back and watched some of it back, but I kind of stopped watching it. Um, Ruthless Aggression, and then you went into the PG era, and I wasn't watching for that. And what actually brought me back and got me watching wrestling again was CM Punk, the Second City Saint, the voice of the voiceless. CM Punk did this promo, and I had seen it, and I just like I it blew me away. I was like, holy shit! So that's what got me back into watching wrestling again was CM Punk, 110%. And like I'll always be a fan of CM Punk, even if I don't agree with him politically, any of that kind of shit. I CM Punk is fucking fantastic. Like one of the funny parts in his promo was, you know, he said something about you don't have me on the cover of your magazine, you don't have me on your ice cream bars because WWF at that time was doing ice cream bars. And then when he came back from his retirement 7 years later, he came into this company called AEW, and they put out an ice cream bar with him on it. And he spent $40,000 of his own money and bought everybody in the arena free ice cream, like a free ice cream bar. But CM Punk, the stuff that comes out of his mouth was unreal. There's a guy named MJF who is could have been like one of the biggest stars possible. He still is fantastic in everything he does in and out of the ring, cutting promos and all that stuff. And unfortunately, his talent's just being squandered where he's at. Hmm. Eh, the undercoat's all right. For a minute there, I thought that undercoat was a little screwy. Doo-doo-doo. Which year what was? When CM Punk came in, when John Cena took over? Had to be in the 2000s. So the whole thing was what started killing wrestling for me was they turned Stone Cold into a heel. That was actually kind of funny, but it just like started losing its punch at that point. Like it felt like stuff ran its course. Then Vince McMahon bought out WCW, which was the number two promotion. They did a whole invasion angle, and I watched through that, and they screwed that all up. They did that pretty piss poor because all the guys that were in WCW were on guaranteed contracts, so they were actually losing money if they went and wrestled and went on to WWE. So they sat out for like 3 to 5 years waiting for those contracts to expire, and then it kind of got good again. Damn, this thing is creaky as hell. Really? Yeah, see, like I couldn't get into John Cena. I saw him come out as the prototype. I remember prototype John Cena. Then I remember they started to go into the thug life thing with him, or word life, or whatever the hell it was. And I was like, yeah, I'm kind of done with this shit. And then just went on to other things. I couldn't, and don't get me wrong, John Cena is going to go down as one of the greatest of all time, too. Because you can call him boring or whatever, but if you really look at it, I can't remember him ever hurting anybody in the ring. And every time he put on a match, everybody got invested in it. So he's got that going for him. He could cut a good promo. And just even if you hate him as an in ring talent, the stuff he did outside the ring for Make a Wish and shit like that, you can't deny he's an all timer. Yeah, yeah, Thugonomics, that's what it was. Yeah, I couldn't get into that shit. It was all right, but after you're coming off the Attitude Era, it just kind of fell flat. And then nowadays, it's like honestly, WWE now got better because Vince McMahon isn't with the company anymore. And I mean, I don't know if everybody knows what happened with Vince McMahon, but yeah. Yeah, the kids did love him. You're not wrong. Um, I don't know. Have like the Vince McMahon shit just unfucking real. They even did like a 6-part Netflix special about it. Yes, The Rock just appeared at the last pay per view. They call him the final boss now. He did a whole storyline last WrestleMania with Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns, and they wrestled for like Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes were wrestling for the title, and The Rock came back on Roman Reigns' side. And originally, the idea was going to be it was going to be Roman Reigns versus The Rock at WrestleMania, and the fans kind of shit all over the idea. So then it became Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns for the title. They ended up winning, or Cody Rhodes ended up winning. And at this last pay per view, at the very end of it, it was Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes teamed up against the new bloodline, and they ended up winning or what have you and everything else. And then all of a sudden the music hit and The Rock came out on the stage and then walked back off the stage. So you don't know what's going to happen, but they're pretty much going to build them up for WrestleMania. And it's probably going to be Roman Reigns versus The Rock at this year's WrestleMania. Who, The Rock? You don't love The Rock anymore? Rock's good. He just I don't know. He now has a percentage of WWE. Like he's invested in it, and I think he's on like their board or whatever. And he used his power already for like all kinds of nepotism type shit. Like his daughter's running is like the general manager for the developmental system, so NXT, and she's like fucking god awful. Who had the best walkout music? Um, I'll tell you what. You can't hear glass break and then the dun 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 and not feel something. But legitimately, I think my favorite walkout music, the one that always got me amped as a kid, and even as an adult when I hear it, I'm just like, oh shit, is the Ultimate Warrior. Um, I'm partial to CM Punk coming out to Cult of Personality as well. That's a great one. Yeah, Kane had pretty decent music too. He had that dark overtone music. Acolyte Protection Agency, Bradshaw and Farouk, they had some, and Ron Simmons, I guess you could call him now. They had some epic music that dun 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 dun. Like that shit was just like heavy and like beast like. The Generation X, they were okay. Like here's a sad part. The Generation X was better without Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels is probably one of the greatest pro wrestlers of all time too. He goes down in those like he's in that conversation. Him, Bret Hart's in that conversation too. Even though I never really liked Bret Hart, but Bret Hart technically it was a perfect wrestler in the ring. He really was. Fucking Mister. What's funny is that's actually in the beginning of that song. That well actually the whole oh Sean, like when Shawn Michaels music kicks on, that's actually Sherry Martel doing that. And if I'm not wrong, I think it's Jimmy Hart who wrote that music. Jimmy Hart was actually in a rock and roll band that he had like a hit album or some shit with that band too back in the day. And I can't remember which band it was. Oh, Edge. Edge, His music, I swore, was always Rob Zombie for some reason, and it's not. You think you know me. Now, because he's no longer in WWE, he has the same song, but the intro is You Think You Know Him. Matter of fact, Edge just broke his leg in like two places or something like that. Fractured his tibia and his fibia. Yeah, that shit's crazy. But yeah, the big one now, the most catchy song in wrestling, I'm gonna say right now, has to be Joe Hendry. That say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. That shit's fucking like catchy as all hell. And like Joe Hendry is like hysterical with some of the shit he's put together. If you ever go back and look at like the intros he does, he makes fun of his opponents through song. And if you guys want to see like an absolute barn burner of a brutal, like I mean just like holy shit, how are these guys still going? There was a match that happened over in Japan. It was an exploding barbed wire death match. And it was Terry Funk versus Mick Foley. And if you can find it on YouTube, you should watch it. If you're fans of wrestling and you're into like, oh God, that's a hardcore match. Those guys, like some of the stuff they do in that match is brutal. See, Undertaker, American Badass, I didn't mind it that much because it felt like that's who that guy actually is. And it turns out that's who the Undertaker actually is the American Badass. Now, was it better than the lightning flashing and the gong and all that stuff and him being the dead man? It doesn't hold a candle. But still, I didn't mind it as much because knowing that that was who that person actually is turned up to 11 made sense to me. Hey, Sheree, how are you? Yeah, had us worried, Sheree. You're usually here early. You got here late. You came in at like the Mister hour, as it's known when you show up fashionably late. Oh, you're fine, Sheree. I was more worried, like, damn, is she all right? But I figured dealing with all the bullshit last night in chat that you you might have a late one tonight. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's fine. Like I've been done painting for like probably about an hour now and just sitting here flapping my gums. I was actually gonna call the streaming probably like right around 1 a.m. We'll get an early one tonight. Oh, look at that. Sheree, you're cheering her on. What do you think she is? Tim Walls? Calling her coach. Oh God. Yeah, and I was saying this in ABL's chat last night. Now that Sheree popped in and said that, and I just thought about it, I forgot I had said this, and I felt like I should clarify it on my stream. Tim Wall's wife, She reminds me of some like a side character out of some kind of demonic possession horror film. So like Rosemary's Baby, she had those neighbors that were like, they're these very nice elderly couple or whatever, and like, but the wife is like a huge ass Satanist. Like that's what Tim Wall's wife reminds me of. She strikes me as, oh honey, you only murdered three people. It's okay. Like that kind of person. Like, I don't know what it is about that woman. She seems like she's a wholesome woman that is just pure evil. And I don't know why I feel that way. It's something with the way she talks, something in the way she carries herself, something. There's something about her that is just not correct. A little bit, yeah. She looks a little like Jane Lynch. Yeah, she looks like, but like I'm trying to think. Like Simon Phoenix said, that's what you remind me of, an evil Mister Rogers. Like that's a good description of her. She's like an evil Mister Rogers, but she's more you guys remember that movie Old School? Vince Vaughn had like the younger sister or whatever that was all into him. And she's like, if you leave me, I'll find you. Like she was just completely nuts. Kind of like that. Like terrifying. Was that Wedding Crashers? Is that what it was? I'd be able to identify the movie easier if Vince Vaughn didn't just always play the same character. Yeah, Teacher Beans coming into focus. I believe it, but I'm just saying, like, that personality type, like, that's what Tim Wall's wife reminds me of. She, is- she's like an evil Florence Henderson. Like, she's like one of the Brady's that turned evil. Like, that's the only way I can describe her. Like, there's something with her that is just not right. And I'm not gonna lie, a little bit, it kind of shows in the kids too. There's just something not right there, and I can't put my finger on it. I don't know what it is. Like, I want to say they're very nice people and very nice family and all that. And like something in me just says, like, yeah, something's not quite right here. Like, it wouldn't shock me if all of a sudden it came out that they were cannibals or something in their spare time. Like, something's just off. Like, all of a sudden it comes out that Tim Wall's wife keeps, like, some guy's head in her freezer that was homeless, and like, she butchered him or something, was serving him to the family every week or some shit. Like, something's just not right with that woman, and I don't know what it is. And like Tim Walls feels very off to me too. Like, there's something off-putting to me about him. Like I don't know. Like, Fauci always felt like he's kind of that arrogant prick where he could be Dr. Mengele and I could believe it. But Tim Walls feels just wrong. And I don't know what it is. There's something with him. Something that just is like, yeah, don't trust this weasel. Well, if you use alcohol to season the meat, mister, it tastes much better. But yeah, like, I don't know. She made one speech and like I watched it and I was just like, something's not right with this woman. How would I know what it is, Beans? If I could put my finger on it, I'd just say it, damn it. You know this. I just know something's wrong. Something's not quite right. And I mean, we're going beyond the touchdown Timmy allegations. I mean, I don't know. So much craziness going on when it comes to that whole political space that isn't being covered, is being covered, and like I don't know. Shit's just very weird right now. Well, all of them. So, God damn it, Beans, you're gonna get me in one of those goddamn rants, aren't you? Yeah, they're all bought and paid for. I agree with you 110%. I also think that you only seek higher office and that kind of power if there's something fucking wrong with you. I don't think anybody does anything out of the goodness of their heart at that level. They either want the power that comes with it, they want some kind of money that they're going to get out of it, but they're not doing it for altruistic reasons. They're not doing it for the good of mankind. Like, I'm doing this for the good of mankind. I think people like Elon Musk can do shit for the good of mankind, but that's because he's already made all his fucking money. And it's just going to keep coming because of the way he built things. So he's got the money. He's got beyond fuck you money. He's got, I can do whatever the hell I want money. But I don't see people doing things for the right reason. The closest I've seen to somebody doing shit for the right reason, the two are pretty much RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard. And RFK Jr. already has that kind of money. Tulsi Gabbard has a sense of duty to her country because of the military. Those are the only two that I see in our current political climate that are doing anything for kind of outside their own interest reasons, which is why I like Tulsi Gabbard so much because she doesn't seem like she actually has a side. She just seems like that person that does oh shit that does that does what's right. Hopefully this thing doesn't go all crazy on me. Ooh. It really is beans. It is wings of the same bird. Dude, they're horns on the same goat. Like Republicans and Democrats are both the same. Don't get that twisted. One's just doing shit a lot slower than the other. The other wants like immediate instant change. The other one wants to take stuff slowly. Like, and that, but the whole thing is what's happened now, and this is Trump's doing. Trump is anti establishment. And I think the reason why he's anti establishment isn't because he's like, yo, the American people are getting played for fools. I think it's because they try to take him down. Like, if they hadn't launched all the lawfare, if they hadn't, the assassination attempts, calling him Hitler on TV every 5 minutes, stuff like this, and just like totally insulted him because he is an egomaniac. Never underestimate that fact. That now he's become anti-establishment. Well, you know what though, Beans? They need to send out. I'll tell you what, be glad you're getting 30 texts or whatever you're getting a day saying, hey, go vote for Trump, go vote for Trump, go vote for Trump, because there are people that will fucking forget unless you send them 30 texts a day. But yeah, yeah, our government, I'm telling you, they do. Like if you really pull back, again, we're going to go back to pro wrestling with it. Good guys, bad guys out in the ring, beating the hell out of each other, hate each other, and everything else. They go back behind the scenes and they shake each other's hands, buy each other a beer. It's like cliques in high school, but they're all going to the same high school and everybody else is against that high school. Like it's evil. Like our government is become a bloated giant thing. The big thing is because, like I said, I don't think Trump's doing it for his. He's doing it for his own person. Like he does want to win. When they say like Trump wants to do this to better the American people, they're half right. He does want to help the American people, but it's because it helps him as well. And I think what's happened is because they demonized him and went after him so hard and insulted his ego so much, and everybody could see it, that he ended up with guys like Elon Musk on his team. He ended up with Tulsi Gabbard and the RFK Juniors. And if he does want to throw the actual, like, here you go, here's two fingers, deuces, bitch, at our establishment government, he'll put Tulsi Gabbard in some kind of oversight committee position, some big deal in the administration. He'll take fucking RFK Jr., throw him in the Health Drug Food Administration, whatever, like that end of shit. Like he'll throw Elon Musk and have Elon Musk bring in like 1,000 fucking accountants and just start tearing apart the government's budget and really hammer him the hell out. It could change our entire government fundamentally how it works. He may have just, but there's something with Donald Trump, and I don't know what it is. And maybe I don't know what it is because I'm not an elitist and I'm not a politician. And honestly, I'm just not, I can be a scumbag. I'm not that kind of scumbag. Like, you have to be a particular type of sociopath to want to be a congressperson or want. There are people that I feel want to do good and they're never going to become president or anything. Like Tim Scott's a good example. I think he actually wants to do good for the country. I think he does care about his constituents and everything else. He'll never be fucking president, but you know what? I think he does a good job where he's at, and I think he is a real deal dude. Like I don't know though. Have to be careful with cults of personality, and Donald Trump is a cult of personality. And I think if they hadn't insulted him, I think the first time around, you got to look at who he had in the cabinet. Bolton. Bolton, all he gives a shit about. I've never seen anybody like that little Stroman fucking bakery motherfucker that just wants to cause nothing but worldwide wars. Like, I saw him, like, just a picture of him, and I'm like, hey, he looks like, average dude. And then I heard him on, like, I can't remember if it was CNN or Fox or MSNBC or whatever, and I hear him talking, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, this guy wants to blow half the world up. What the fuck? Why would you put this jerk off in your administration? Yeah, it's a great song, Beans. Um, I just, like I said, if Trump does it right this time, we will get a reduced government. We will get shit cut out where maybe we can manage our debt. But I'm not entirely hopeful either because we did have 4 years and we did get to see what he did. And stuff was better and everything else. But at the same point in time, there was his big thing was, I'm going to drain the swamp, drain the swamp, drain the swamp. He didn't drain the swamp. Now, granted, maybe he didn't know how deep that swamp was, but that's what the American people basically voted and hired him to do was go in there and drain that swamp, and he didn't. So if he doesn't do it after this 4 year term, like he wins this election, he gets in there, he doesn't drain the swamp, he doesn't fundamentally change our government for the better, where it's slimmed down and working smoother and everything else, you're not going to see a Republican elected again for a while. I'm just going to warn you now. Yeah, see, like that sounds good, right? And there's no need to arrest Hillary. Hillary got like, so that's just it. There was a point in time where throwing Hillary Clinton in jail would have made sense because she was dangerous. Hillary has lost all her money, basically, all her financial flowing in. And unless you have hard evidence, like the whole thing with those emails, like if you could recover those emails and there's shit in there and she's guilty, lock her the fuck up. But if not, just she's not even important anymore. Hell, Barack Obama has lost his political capital too. He's starting to lose it. Like you're watching it when he's out there and he's talking to the guys and it's like the brothers need to vote for a black woman or whatever. They're not even really fucking listening to him anymore. He's lost his political capital. Joe Biden has no political capital anymore. They completely just, soon as it was, oh, you're going to lose the election, it was like, bye bye, bitch, and just kicked him off the side of a cliff. Like he doesn't even matter. And I wish it was that easy, Beans. Just close the borders, stop the wars or whatever. One, you're not going to stop the Israel and Hamas, now Israel Iran war. That's just going to keep going. Like that ship sailed. Russia Ukraine can be solved with a couple of phone calls and maybe hitting both sides in a pain point and forcing them to a table and saying, "Look, knock this shit off." That can happen. So those two wars are done. If Trump gets back in, China won't dare invade Taiwan because they don't know what the fuck he's going to do. Like that's the one edge Trump has. Nobody knows exactly what the fuck he's going to do when it comes to that shit if they invade it on his watch. He might just do something just to prove a fucking point. He is that guy. But the little by little, so that's just it. They better be going in there with a goddamn plan and they better say this is how we fix this. We know how to fix it. We're not going to put it out there because we don't want the other side claiming it that is their plan. But there's a lot more to it than just those two issues. Just the entirety of our economy right now is in a very very delicate spot. And if it's not handled correctly or they make a slip up with it, it's game over. And it can happen. In the meantime, we already know what's going to happen if Kamala Harris becomes our president. We're living through it. We've been living through it for 3.5 years. She's not going to do press conferences. She's not really going to go out and talk to the American people and have transparency. All it. It's going to be Joe Biden 2.0. Like it's just going to be more of the shit we're already going through. People think it's going to be like super woke, super progressive. It's not because that's not what the Democrat machine wants. They just want like what's going on right now is fine for them. They're rich. What the hell do they care? We are the bad guys. So, how do we fund both sides? Well, it's simple. It's just like if you ever played roulette and you put one chip on black and one chip on red and spin the damn thing. Unless it hits green, you're going to win one way or the other. And your chances of hitting green are very slim. So it's always going to be red or black, red or black, red or black. But staying out of the wars, so there's some foreign wars that we need to be involved in and some that we don't. Okay. So there you go. All right. So the Israel versus Hamas and all that, right? I don't care what you send Israel. Israel can handle itself. For them, you don't really need to send money. You just need to stay the fuck out of their way. Let them do their shit. They can fight their own fights. They've just proved that. Like the big concern was, oh well, Hezbollah will get involved while they're fighting Hamas. They went and wrecked Hezbollah while they're fighting Hamas. All we had to do was get the fuck out of their way. They probably would have done this 8 months ago. Honestly, they would have done it 8 months ago. But Joe Biden got in their fucking way. We just need to stay the fuck out of their way. Something like Russia, Ukraine, that we need to get involved in and just end it. That conflict can be ended. What other wars are there? Like, are you going to go into China and free the Uyghur Muslims? Like, what other wars are there? Like major ones that we're involved in. If anything, we need to start a war. And to be honest with you, we need to start a war in South America and go in and start wiping out cartels. That's the war I want to see fought because that's the war that directly affects us. Like if Israel needs like, oh well, we need missiles to restock the Iron Dome, give it to them. Whatever, let them defend themselves, right? But South America, like some of these countries in South America, Trump's not wrong. They're emptying their jails. They're emptying out all these shitty people and saying, "Get the fuck out of here." Or we'll kill you. And they're sending them into America. And then they're coming into America. Not only are they causing problems here, but then and there are good people. Like there are people like a woman with her kid who are going for a better life and coming here. Something like that we need to look at. We need to look at the actual factual. But yeah, like the criminals and stuff, it's like, no, you go back home and they got to deal with it. Like, I think Venezuela has pretty much, they have no crime now. Trump is not wrong about that stat. There's a reason for it. They let him the hell out of the jail, say, get the fuck out of our country, we kill you. They said, okay. And they came to America and now they're setting up shop here. And we can't have that. Like we can't. And it's not like here's the shittiest part of this, right? When it comes down to them sending their criminals across the border and everything else. That's not a black problem. That's not a white problem. That's not a women's right problem. That's not a men's right problem. That's not a religious problem. That is literally, you are sending evil directly into our country with counter ideals to what our actual American ideals are. And that needs to be removed from our country. Sorry, not sorry. But, I don't know if you want to build prisons at the border, keep them there and all that stuff, but they need to go. And that, yeah, I think that's what Trump has said on his campaign speeches is that he wants the criminals because they ask him how would deportation work? Oh, you'll be ripping families apart and stuff. And it's like, shut the fuck up. Just get all the criminals, as many as you know where they are, and get them the fuck out immediately. Step one. Step two, take the military, move them down to our border, have them hold down the border. Anybody comes across that line, you shoot them. You're a good soldier. You're going to do as you're fucking ordered. You know, you don't have to shoot them either. You can just say, hey, go to the port of entry. Go there and declare your want for asylum. And then the hardest part of this bullshit is this. Can't just be the president doing it. It's got to be our legislative too. It's got to be the Congress and it's got to be the Senate coming together and saying, look, our constituents are suffering. Our inner cities, our, strongholds here or there are being overrun by by illegal people that we're giving way too many fucking funds to. This is unacceptable. We are hurting our current citizenry. We need to refine these laws and they need to sit down and they need to hash it out. I don't give a shit how they do it, but they've got to come together somehow, both sides, and say, look, it's got to be America first. It's got to be the American citizens first. Because I'll tell you what, they take too much money in our taxes to do nothing. What you're going to do an oversight committee and look into emails and look into, like, oh, is Hunter Biden's laptop real or not? Is Joe Biden a criminal? I don't fucking care at this point. Joe Biden being a criminal or not isn't hurting the American citizen at this point. That's more of a political thing when you really break that shit down. Is he a criminal? Is he not a criminal? We'll figure that shit out later. What's very important is this. American citizens are footing the bill for other people to exist. Why? Why? That's our fucking money. We can't throw the money back into our own damn hands. Say, like, I really wish they'd do some kind of law where it's like my tax dollars. Okay, we took 10 grand in taxes off you federally last year. Where would you like that $10,000 to go? And what programs? That's what you can invest in. They should give you choices with your taxes as in what you're invested in. I would like to increase my roadways. Okay, we're going to take 5 grand, put it towards the roadways. What would you like the other 5 grand to go towards? I would like that to go towards infrastructure rebuilding. Okay. Then if you're on the other side of the aisle, I would like it to go into underwater lesbian basket weaving. Okay, we'll take 5 grand, throw it into that. But at least you get a choice with your goddamn money. The way it works now, it's supposed to be no oh God. Come on, mister, help me out here. No taxation without representation. I think I said that right. And the people we're picking to represent us just move in lockstep for political reasons. They're not moving in lockstep to what their constituents want, except for in certain rare cases, the politician actually wants to help the American people. It's disgusting to me. That is fucking brilliant, dude. The Rock will fix the lesbians because Rock always beats scissors. I don't like RFK all that much. I like some of RFK and some of the shit he says, but if you really get into what he says, he's for shit like reparations. He's for shit like no, you know what your reparation is? Your reparation is that you're in America, you have freedom of speech, you have the Constitution, you have your Bill of Rights and everything else. Nobody gets free ride. Do the Irish get reparations too for when they were treated like shit? How about the Chinese when they were forced to build railroads and treated like complete inhumans? It's shit like that. I can't stand it. It's like, look, The past is the past, and there was horrible fucking things that happened in the past of America. We don't live 100 years ago. We don't live 200 years ago. We've grown past all this. Nobody that's alive now had to endure any of that shit. Your ancestors did. Okay, well, you know what? Back then, that was an acre cost maybe 100 acres of land cost $40. Here's your $40 in reparations. The mule cost $1. There you go. $41. That's what you get because that's what it was back then. That's what your ancestor would have got. Get the fuck out of here. Like, you can't. It's like going back and when they reboot a movie, the reason the movie sucks is because you're doing it by nowadays standards when it was a time capsule of something that should have happened back then. You can't do that. We've got to look at what's going on right now in the world and move forward from this fucking point and set the standard and say, this is the standards. You don't have to rewrite the Constitution. It's a pretty perfect document in most of its forms. Most things and they amended stuff that wasn't perfect. And it's like, unless you're completely going to throw out the entire fucking thing and start from scratch, the best thing you can do is just lock down at this point, have everybody come to a consensus on this is who we are as a people, as a nation, and move forward as one people. Doesn't matter what your ethnicity is, doesn't matter what your skin tone is, doesn't matter what your sex is, doesn't matter. Just doesn't matter. You're American. Move forward as Americans. Okay. I only half agree with you, Bina. Yeah. Now, I agree with Sheree 100%. Land should never be held by some foreign entity. Like, China shouldn't be able to buy up farmland. Get the fuck out of here with that. That's not right. But I will say that not all land should be held by the American people. And the reason why I say that is because you get some rich, greedy bastard who doesn't really give a shit about the nature on a land. Oh, look, this bird's rare, and like there's 5 of them left in their entire species. They'll go, oh well, guess what? There's an oil deposit right there. They're going to go in there and wreck those birds and everything around it just to get the oil out, so they make money in their pockets. So I can't completely agree with that because of the nature of capitalism, and capitalism works, but it's also got a dirty side to it too, especially when it comes to greed. Yeah, but you know what? You're not wrong. The biggest threat in America is the white straight male. You're not 100. You're 100% correct with that one, Bina. That is the greatest threat in America. Is a straight white male, especially one that's going to tell you the truth and not piss on your leg and tell you it's raining out. That's where the real threat is. I mean, we do and we don't. I mean, if you really want to get technical about it, then nobody really owns anything, right? You're just temporarily holding it till you die. Like, if you really want to break shit down, I don't own these two figures right here. I don't own these guys. I'm just painted them, made them, and everything else, and I'll give them to my wife or what have you, and the two of us will have them until we're dead, and then the kids could throw them in the trash for all I fucking know. So technically, yeah, you're only borrowing stuff for a while. Actually, now I'm thinking about it. That was one of my buddies twisted. was like, he broke up with one of his girlfriends one time, and his dad, he was all crushed about it and everything. He said, but she was my girlfriend, and this guy, blah, blah, blah. And his dad looked at him and said, son, you never own of you you never own someone else. You never own a woman. It's she's not yours. It was just your turn. Like I I don't know. It's headache inducing what our government does. It was pretty cut and clear, and then greed and bloat got it. I mean, somebody say I know somebody said it before, but where we really fucked ourselves was getting off a gold standard. As soon as we went to a fiat currency where we could just print it willy nilly, yeah, we're screwed. That's where we fucked up. If everything went back to a gold standard, then the American dollar would be worth what? A penny? We'd be like Japan with their currency. Like we would just like, oh yeah, it's 1,000 yen for that piece of bread. $1,000 for that piece of bread. But that's just it. Currency by itself, like I mean Bitcoin, like everybody, and maybe I don't understand cryptocurrency enough. I I don't know. I don't know if that's the solution, but we've got to do something because the American dollar is becoming more and more worthless as time goes. But yeah, I can't fix everything in America. There's a lot of nuance and a lot of shit that I can't fix. The only thing I think we can really fix is we need to put together that or people that are so fucking divided need to put together and put themselves out of the way and realize that we're the American people. We're one nation under God, indivisible. That we are just each other's brothers and sisters. And we can have different points of view because we're all individuals and we can all meet and agree on certain things that are good, certain things that are evil. And as good people, we need to push the evil out. We just need to get rid of the evil. But I'm not the arbiter that should be telling everybody this is what is evil and that's, this is evil, that's evil. That should be for everybody to decide and agree on. Oh my God. Yeah, and I don't think it's too late either. I think we can still find peace. We can still find harmony. I think that shit all is obtainable. But I also think that more people need to wake up and realize what's really going on around them and not just believe bullshit on either side. I think that's why I break, you know, Alex Jones, FNA Ranger Xbox, stuff like this. Like when they start bringing in a bunch of facts that are true, but then link them to shit that isn't. Because it reminds me of a guy named Q who went on Reddit and was anonymous at first, and like the shit that he was linking together by using different facts. Well, if this is a fact and this is a fact, then these two things link together, and it's like, no, you dipshit, that's not how it works. I fucking don't like it at all. Although I do think it's going to be real interesting if Trump and RFK Jr. get in there and they find out and release exactly who did take out JFK. And it turns out it was something like our CIA. Man, that's going to be a fucking game changer right there. I'll tell you what. Because everybody thinking a thing and then undeniable proof would change everything. Same thing if they actually do have like alien spacecraft. They find that out and they release that. Holy shit, that's going to be a game changer. But here's one I'll posit to you, especially since aliens in the chat. What's scarier? To know that we've been visited by aliens and it's been kept from us, or that we've never been visited by aliens ever and we're all alone in the universe? Which one of those two thoughts is scarier? No, Q was on 4chan, wasn't he? I keep saying fucking Reddit for some reason. I don't know. You used to follow him, so you let me know. Oh, Mister, are you gonna break into song now and be like, "I'm so lonely, oh so lonely"? I don't know. For some reason, there's a part of me that feels like we are the aliens on this planet. Well, that's just it. If they are hiding it, and it is a deception, that's scarier part. The question is, why would they hide it? So, like I said, one of my most credible guys, right, that I've heard is Commander David Fravor, where he was talking about chasing an alien spaceship and everything else with the McNemets and all that. I was kidding, Bina. That was a joke. I know you never followed QAnon. You disavow any of that fucking bullshit. I know. I just like to tease you. But here's the thing. Why would they keep it from us? I could understand the mass panic if we thought aliens were real and they were up there. But it's obvious to me from just Commander Fravor's story with the Tic Tacs that there's nothing that we have that we could do shit about these things anyway. Like anything that can move that quick, you're not going to catch. Doesn't matter what you come up with. I mean, I think we just watched the Iron Dome take down Iran, fired hypersonic ballistic missiles at them, and they shot them down with the Iron Dome. So if we can take out hypersonic ballistics, then and these things move faster than that, how the hell are we supposed to even defend ourselves? We're fucked. So what would the panic be though? Like this is what I don't understand about aliens. What would if you told me right now, like, yeah, we're visited by aliens constantly and everything, what would the panic actually be? You know, we'd all have questions like, are they malevolent? Are they friendly? But why would people panic? What would you freak out about? Religious folks would freak out a little bit because then it'll be like, well, the Bible doesn't mention this, that, or the other thing. Well, okay, here's an explanation. God created them after you. So, or, he created them in a different part of the universe and didn't feel like he had to tell you about that shit. Like, Yeah, well, that's just it, Bina. That's where that shit gets touchy for me because that's what I feel about most organized religions personally is that they're a way of making you comply to certain things. However, they're not entirely wrong either, making you comply with certain things. Like, not killing other people or, being good to people. I don't see fault in that. So I don't think the, teachings are entirely wrong either. Right. But here's the thing. Nobody is immortal. Nobody lives forever, right? No human being, I'll say. I'll say it that way. Even at your best, 120 years is what you got on this planet from the time you're born and your cells start to divide. At 120 years, human DNA unravels. It dies. It just breaks down. There is nothing you can do about it. So, even if you're on this planet for all 120 years and you have all the money in the world, what does it fucking matter? Oh, you lived a comfortable, cozy life. Okay, well, that's cool. There good people do that all the time. What does it really matter? But why would people panic? Why would people freak out? I could understand if you're trying to exert control over the people, aliens show up and they've got you, you know, they're showing up with a tank and you're on horseback. Unless you're Indiana Jones, you ain't figuring out a way to take that tank down. And so you're now powerless against it. But would that still cause panic? You know, leveling with everybody and saying, hey, look, these sons of bitches can move in a dimension that we can't even see yet. And they can move from one place to the other place. They've figured out not just how to beat the laws of gravity, but how to go. I almost said trans-dimensional, but that's not what I mean. They can go from space to air to sea and back again in a blink of an eye. Transmedial, I think it is. I don't know. Mister will correct me what the right word is for that. But you can move through all forms, you know, liquid, gas, but you can't pass through solid. And then the vacuum of space on top of it, and you figured out gravity. We got no fucking shot. So, okay, right. Procreation, right? You keep growing, you keep growing, you keep growing. Well, here's the thing. If we had already found another Goldilocks zone, like Earth is, that was close, like, say, Mars was completely habitable, had a huge source of, it had oceans on it and everything else, and plant life that was very similar to Earth, that would be one thing. We could keep procreating, procreating, procreating. Eventually, we're going to burn through this planet's resources. Now, it may not be in our lifetime, our kids' lifetime, their kids' lifetime, but eventually, you are going to hit a point, a tipping point, where your population is going to outweigh your resources. So, in a way, I kind of understand the depopulation thing. I don't agree with it, at least, especially not at this point, because we do need to be procreating. But at the same point in time, I get it if you're looking in the distant future. Now, if we were funding, like, I don't know, NASA that was exploring space or trying to, the best we've got, the closest we've got is Elon Musk with his SpaceX doing shit, and I think Bezos, but Bezos is an asshole. So if you're Kitty Pride, I'm the juggernaut, bitch. See, procreating works to an extent, but there, like I said, there's going to come a point in time where I don't know. I guess it's because I believe in the balance of all things. Eventually, something will happen in the world that will reset us back a ways. And it doesn't matter if it's some kind of virus, an asteroid strike, super volcano, some kind of cosmic event that keeps us in check so that we don't overpopulate, we don't overrun a planet and use up all its resources. Now, I'd like to think that scientifically, human beings will advance beyond that point and we'll get to a point where we can go out and colonize like something like a Mars and convert moisture in the air to actual water and stuff. But I don't know. I like we're too busy fighting over dumb shit. Like we really are. Yeah, and you're not wrong. The global adoption of the internet is cutting back on children being made. See, I don't know. The whole thing is it everybody being connected or is it everybody being able to be as ugly as they want to each other or showing who they are as a person before you ever really get to know them? Like the internet, the biggest flaw with the internet is probably, porn, to be honest with you. Porn and seeing other stuff, people that have things that you want, or, I want to be like that person. But then again, you can also go back to like movies or radio or anything else. Like there's all, there used to be the movie star, and that was the big thing at one point. Oh, I want to be just like that woman, or I want to be just like that guy. I want to be Cary Grant when I get older. I want to be, you're probably not going to see new cemeteries anywhere because we don't need them. We bury our dead on top of the dead. Either that or else people get cremated at a higher rate, probably. But it's also like I would have to look up statistics, and I mean, I'm sure you guys will. One of you guys will, probably you, Beans. But look up how many people there were in 1900 versus 2000 on the planet. Soylent Green is people. You are not wrong, mister. Thing is, if you're talking about birth rates and stuff, that's America. American is the first time the birth rate is declined. And I think that was either this year or last year. But when you're talking worldwide population, I'm going to have to disagree with you. I think that shit's exploded. Yeah, it's 6.3 million babies being aborted does not help the argument. That's fine. That's a decrease of 6.3 million possible um, sustainable people on the planet. Okay. Yeah, that's 6.3 million. What I'm saying is go to the 1900s, like literally 1901, and look up what the total population of Earth was, and then go to 2001 and see what the population of Earth was. I bet you're going to see a giant spike in those numbers. Okay, so 63 million. That's not even a billion people. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying it's not even a billion people. But go to 1900, look up the stat for it for the census of what it was, and then look up 2001. See what the census is. I'm sure that it's a lot more than 63 million difference. I know it's babies aborted, but that's 63 million people that don't exist that might or may not have been viable. Not all abortions are viable children, but it doesn't matter. You're splitting hairs there. If you're talking about a fraction of a percent of the population growth on the entire planet, if our planet, here you go, if the difference between 1900 and 2000 is 3 billion people, right? Like say it was 7 billion in 1900 and it's 10 billion in 2000, then you're talking 3 billion people difference. 63 million isn't that big of a number. Now, if we've only gone up by like, I don't know, 100 million people and 63 million babies were aborted, that's a lot. But I'm guessing that it's a drop in the bucket compared to, if you compare the two, I bet you the difference is a lot. You still didn't answer my. Hold on, I'll look up the raw data. Do 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 do. Population in 1900 on Earth. So the world population by year in 1900 was 1,600,000,000 people. Population in 2001 on Earth 6.226 billion people. So you're going to tell me, and like that 63 million, yeah, that's fucking pretty nasty work. But that's a drop in a fucking bucket compared to the expansion of our planet in 100 years. Right. Exactly, mister. There's more people in India today than that number, that 1.6 billion people. From 1.6 to 6.2. So what are we looking at? 4.6 billion? I don't even know what the percentage is on that. What is that? Like a 300% increase in our population over 100 years. I mean, I can figure that out real quick. Let's see. Do, 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 do. So yeah, 4.6 times 1.6. Is that right? 736% increase in population in 100 years. You can't compare 1900 to today with all the advances in industry and health, but what I'm reading, it says the population is declining slowly all over the world. Right. So basically, you're putting up the Joe Biden inflation argument at that point. Fact of the matter is this: I don't care if it's because of advances in health, technology, whatever it is. Your point was that our population is declining, right? And I'm telling you, over the past 100 years, it's increased 736% by that count. Now, granted, I might have done the math on that wrong, but we'll say even if it's 100%, so that would be what, 3.2 billion people, which is not that number. It feels more like 300% to me for some reason. It doesn't feel like 700%, but 300%. Our population grew in 100 years. Right now, if our population declines by 1%, right? So that would be 1% of 1.6 billion or of 6.2 billion. That's still not all that much. We still increased way more than we lost. Right. And that's what I'm saying too, mister. I think she's referring specifically to like America, shit like that. No, I'm talking worldwide population. You have to look at just China, India, like they've expanded so much. Well, but that's just it. What does that matter? So I'm trying to think how to explain this because you're looking at it from a today perspective. You're not looking at the grand scheme of things, right? The population needs to increase. The population, we'll say it's 300%, has already grown 300% over the last 100 years. If it dropped 50% over the last year, okay, that's a fucking issue. If it drops less than a percentage point year over year, it'll still take 300 years to get back to the level it was in 1900. And that's not including the increases because you got to figure it's multiplication. One person and two people have one child. They have two children. Those two children have two children each. Those two children have two children each. And it just exponentially grows. Yeah, but I don't know about that immigration thing either. Like you might be right. But yeah, I'm just not I'm not buying it. Beans. Like our population is massive right now as far as human beings on the planet. And the whole thing is you have to look at it from this perspective. 1900 to just the year 2000. If we had that expansion and that growth, how many more for example, how much lithium do you think was mined back in 1900 versus today? How much of it is on the planet? You start doing equations by mass and population size and everything else on some of the modern technology, there's a reason why people are making a lot of money out of having these rare earth materials. Yeah, I'm going off numbers, Beans. I can only look at raw data, and raw data sits there and tells you your population has grown 300%. If you lose 0.9% decline on the worldwide population, really not all that much. Losing like hard number 10%. 10% would be at that number 6.2 or yeah, 6.2 600 and 620 million people will have died. Like, bam, dead. That's 10%. You still have 5,600,000,000 people left. Now, if that drops another 10%, okay, now shit's looking bad. But what did you want it to do? Keep growing till it was exponential? Like, you're going to run out of resources, room, and just, you think we're out of shit now. It's not good. People really aren't my thing. I, it's not about like, any particular person or anything like that either. It's really just about hard numbers on how many people are in the world. I know we didn't have any cell phones back then. That's exactly my point. If we had cell phones back then, we'd already be out of fucking material by iPhone like 5025 or whatever the fuck they'd be on by now. We'd already be out of the rare earth materials. That's what I'm kind of telling you is if you really break that shit down, it's not good. Like, we're really not losing all that much. Like I said, 63 million babies aborted from 1970. So we're talking 30 years. Well, that wasn't last year that 63 million babies were aborted. So we didn't kill off that much of the population in that point in time. But if you go and you look at it, it depends on the scale. It depends on what you're actually like throwing it up against. If you're talking about the Western Hemisphere, you're kind of correct. We are on a decline. For the first time in a very long time, we're having less children. But will that trend continue or is that going to reverse itself? And if so, how much has it decreased our population in the Western Hemisphere? Don't forget, we had a time where China um, had the one kid policy. They've done away with that. They realized because they started to knock their population out, and now their population is rebounded. We've never had that policy in the West. I mean, if anything, people are dying from drinking dirty water and getting diphtheria on the Oregon Trail. Yeah, yeah, you know what? That is part of it. Part of it is that part of it's political. Definitely part of this is a political ideology that one side sees, the other side doesn't see. Part of it is like just personality conflict. Part of it is expectations that no human being could ever live up to. Like if we could do something where everybody could have the same exact identical look and same exact who the fuck wants that? Everybody's flawed. You got to learn to live with others' flaws. And that's just not happening right now. But as far as us being a dying race, I don't see that shit happening. I don't see us. I don't see us going out as a race, as a human race, unless something severely catastrophic, super volcano, Earth shifting on its axis, asteroid impact, something, super virus, something hits us that just wipes us out. I think the human race is pretty goddamn resilient, and people are smart enough, even if it cuts down to the last of us, that there are people that will figure it the fuck out eventually. And I can see where Beans is coming from, where she's right. Shit will decline. That was weird. What the hell was that flicker? I can see where shit's gonna, like the population can decline and will decline, but that ain't right now. Maybe in America we're on a decline, but that'll snap back. That'll eventually bounce back. It's all good, mister. I'm like I was ready to call it back at 1 o'clock. I went on for an extra fucking hour. I blame Sheree for part of that because when she showed up I just started talking more. But yeah, I think I am gonna call it a night. It is 2 in the goddamn morning on a Sunday and people have work, school, and all the other funky stuff. But yeah, shout out to all you guys and thank you for watching. Um, Thursday is another day, 8 p.m. This week. What week are we in? Da, da, da. Jesus, 2, 4, 5, 5 fucking Thursdays. I think this week I'll be going over the Pineys, what an actual piney is, and all that shit out in the Pine Barrens and some of the. Either that or else I'll talk about the old foundations and old tabernacle that was out in the woods. Creepy shit. Um, I don't know. But yeah, Beans, congratulations on the new job. Go kill it on Wednesday. We're all rooting for you. We're all cheering for you. And we hope you knock it out of the fucking park. But yeah, I'm gonna call it there. We got the Mexican Chupacabra and the Puerto Rican Chupacabra done. And I don't know what I'm gonna do Thursday. I don't know what I'm gonna paint Thursday. I know Halloween I planned on doing Jack Skellington and a whole display for him. But I'm thinking I might throughout the week actually prime some of these other new prints I have. So maybe I might do Gandalf or I might do Jason Voorhees or something like that. Especially the closer we're getting to Halloween, I'd like to stick towards Halloween theme shit. But yeah, I'm going to let everybody get going. Thank you again for watching as long as you guys did, hanging in there as long as you did, especially as late as you did. Sheree, you're never late. You're always right when we expect you. And I appreciate all you guys. Thanks for being an awesome mod, Beans. I tell you, thank you for keeping people in check, but the only person you're supposed to keep in check is me. So good job on that. And everybody, until next time, hang in there. And remember, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, guys.